The time is in the street, you know, us living as we do upside down, and the new word to have is revolution. People don't even want to hear the preacher spill or spiel because God's whole card has been thoroughly peeped, and America is now blood and tears instead of milk and honey. The youngsters who were programmed to continue fucking up woke up one night digging Paul Revere and Nat Turner as the good guys. America stripped for bed and we had not all yet closed our eyes. The signs of truth were tattooed across our often entered vagina. We learned to our amazement the untold tale of scandal. 2 long centuries buried in a musty vault, hosed down daily with a gagging perfume. America was a bastard, the illegitimate daughter of the mother country, whose legs were then spread around the world, and a rapist known as freedom, free doom. Democracy, liberty, and justice were revolutionary code names that preceded the bubbling, 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 bubbling in the mother country's crotch. And behold, a baby girl was born, nurtured by slaveholders and whitey racists. It grew and grew and grew, screwing indiscriminately, like mother, like daughter, everything unplagued by her madam mother. The present mocks us. Good black people with keen memories set fire to the bastards who ask us in a whisper to melt and integrate. Young, very young, teeny bopping, revolt on weekend young, dig by proxy what a mental ass kicking they receive through institutionalized everything and vomit up slogans to stay out of Vietnam. They seek to hide their relationship with the world's prostitute, alienating themselves from everything except dirt and money, with long hair, grime, and dope to camera hide the things that cannot be hidden. They become runaway children to walk the streets downtown with everyday black people, sitting on the curb crying because we know that they will go back home with a clear conscience and a college degree. The irony of it all, of course, is when a pale-faced SDS motherfucker dares look hurt when I tell him to go find his own revolution. He wonders why I tell him that America's revolution will not be the melting pot, but the toilet bowl. He is fighting for legalized smoke, a lower voting age, less lip from his generation gap, and fucking in the street. Where's my parallel to that? All I want is a good home and a wife and a children and some food to feed them every night. Back goes Paleface to basics. Does Little Orphan Annie have a natural? Do Sluggo's kinks make him a refugee from Mandingo? What does Webster say about soul? I say, you silly trait motherfucker, your great-grandfather tied a ball and chain to my balls and bounced me through a cotton field while I lived in an unflushable toilet bowl. And now you want me to help you overthrow what? The only truth that can be delivered to a 4-year revolutionary with a whole card, i.e. skin, is this. Fuck up what you can in the name of Piggy Wallace, Dickless Nixon, and Spyro Agnew. Leave Brother Cleaver and Brother Malcolm alone, please. After all is said and done, build a new route to China if they'll have you. Who will survive in America? Who will survive in America? Who will survive in America? Who will survive in America?
Everyone loves a fighter. They respect the fighter. But at the same time that they admire these fighters, they encourage the so-called Negro in America to get his desires fulfilled with a sit-in stroke or a passive approach or a love your enemy approach or pray for those who despitefully use you. This is insane. And we feel as Muslims, until we see white people practicing this nonviolence, take Pearl Harbor. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, the American white man didn't say, pray for the Japanese and let them now bomb Manhattan or Staten Island. No, they said, praise the Lord, but pass the ammunition. But and if
What is good, my people? We are live back again with another live broadcast on the forecast. What's going on, Consider in the building? You know, it was definitely a great one the other day. I appreciate you for coming on here. Now today it's gonna be maybe a tough conversation, maybe not. You know, I don't know. All right, because it is something that I want to talk about, right? And that's Black people's mentality, right? And our awareness. And the fact is, we're doomed, y'all. We're definitely doomed. But anyway, all right. And I'm gonna start with this one, so we can get through it. All right. So let's just start with this one. That's something that we all recognize is going on, and it's all this will make sense, I guess. But I just thought I should play this
Community
one.
Food Bank is seeing a skyrocketing number of hungry people. Inflation has led to higher grocery prices and more food insecurity across the metro. Atlanta Now News reporter Valencia Jones has ways you can help.
Shoppers feeling the pinch at just about all the grocery stores.
If you want to buy a pack of steaks, it's like $7 or $8 a pound. And that's like just for almost maybe one steak, 1.5. It's $3-something for a gallon of milk.
Umbria Williams says the high cost can really take a toll when there are extra mouths to feed.
We shouldn't have to sell an arm and a limb, to get groceries to take care of ourselves and our children.
The domino effect of inflation is also impacting the Atlanta Community Food Bank, which serves 230,000 households, including community food pantries through its network of 700 partners.
We've seen demand for food assistance grow by more than 50% since the beginning of 2022.
Working families struggling to put food on the table.
And it's not just inflation, it's all types of inflation, shouts out to my good brother MD2, but yeah, it's not just that. You go to the grocery, it's ridiculous out here, right? People is hungry at this point, right? And everything is just crazy. And I'm like, yo, at this point, like we gonna be hungry or what? We was just gonna starve to death, I guess. I don't know.
Homes with fixed incomes forced to choose between food and medicine.
Folks are spending more on gas and groceries, housing costs, healthcare costs. The lines are getting longer at food pantries all across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Local pantries, church pantries, school pantries, nonprofit organizations.
According to the Atlanta Community Food Bank, more than 500,000 pounds of food are moved in and out of this building every day, but it's still barely enough to meet the growing demand.
We need the community's help. We need additional financial support so we can go out and get access to more food to get to more families across our community. You can go to acfb.org to find out how you can get involved financially or to volunteer.
You already know who that is hitting the most, and it's like crazy because I'm like, I know that we should see this type of thing every single day. Like, it's disgusting to me. Like when we go to the store, right? Because we always talk about how bad our businesses is, but like we never talk about how high everybody else's business is and how they get over on you all the time, right? How they'll do stuff like put something on sale and but it has a higher price than it did the week before, or they'll be like buy one get one free, but the price of the thing is how much two of them would have cost anyway, right? Just either dumb stuff like that, because we never gonna talk about that. But I don't know if y'all remember, I guess I shouldn't eat chicken anyway, but couldn't get a chicken wing for like months and months back then, And every time you go to the store, the prices are higher. You get something, you get a couple of things, but it's not like the money is more, you know what I'm saying? They taking even more taxes right now. And that's something that, I'm thoroughly against, But anyway, speaking of food, right? I'm not sure if this is old or new because I didn't really see it before, but I wanted to play this. Speaking of, this might be old, I guess. I'm not sure.
Stop certain individuals from encroaching on our property.
Let's find out.
Okay.
Tiffany is a farmer. She started off as a backyard farmer, then she moved up, leveled up, got a bigger property, more land in rural middle Georgia. So her and her father, they work on this land, her and her family. They prepared the land, got it ready to have this great farm and doing all these great things. Well, the problem is she has to deal with white people, white Americans. So Tiffany, she has a small scale farm and they're focusing on cooperative farming and living. Her farm raises chickens for egg production. They grow a variety of produce and medicinal herbs. She has 2 helpers. In addition, I believe her family works with her as well. So big salute to Tiffany for doing one of the greatest things that I think that somebody can do. I'm not impressed by much at all, but I am impressed by Black farmers, which is why I have so many numerous videos between both channels on Black farmers and some of the hardships, some of the good things that are going on, the history, you know, with Black farmers and things like that. So salute to her and any other Black people who are, there will be some kind of racism, harassment. Something's not going to turn out right to your own benefit as a Black person. So you really got to keep your eye on them. You got to really keep your eye on things and how they're going. Watch everything, okay? Now, these white people down here, they started harassing Tiffany and her father's farm, you know, walking on the land, doing what they want to do, even damaging the property. She ran down on one white dude out there doing his evil. Check this out.
Hi, Charlie. What are you doing over here?
I believe I'm on my property. I live at 368 Edie Creek Road. There. Go pull your thing and show me where I've been on your property.
You messed with my fence post.
How did I mess with that fence?
That fence post.
You can't get there. Look at it. There's no tracks.
Okay.
I've not touched it. I
Okay.
have no reason to touch it.
Okay.
There's no motivation for me to touch it.
Okay. You are not on your property. You are on our neighbor's property. Way up to the fence.
Did they touch your fence?
You went into our property line. Our property line is 12 inches in.
Take pictures and measure it. Put a measuring tape right there and measure it right now before the evidence is gone.
No, I have it on video. You don't have to worry about that.
To measure that 12 inches, ma'am?
You're not on your property, period.
Am I on your property?
But you have ruined my property.
I have not touched.
Okay, let the police decide that when they come.
All right, first
don't run.
Please, county sheriff, who's coming?
Don't run. Stay right there. Sheriff or whatever.
My phone number, my address, and my name.
I can't believe.
Yeah. Anyway, y'all see. I ain't gonna play this whole thing, but yeah. It's definitely considered. Definitely need our own 811, right? But you know, we aren't taught to you know, do the thing. Now I want to show this, right? Because now I personally don't like when this whole DEI thing and all of that, I'm like a little bit like kind of good, you know, like because really it's just like a form of like how they did the like quote unquote affirmative action, which has already been taken away if people didn't know that already, you know what I'm saying? It must have been part of Project 2020 or whatever. But yeah, that's already gone. So but even with this whole DEI thing, right? Because I'm like good, you know. And I get what people be like, well, is it going to lose most Black people, right? Because when you look at management and certain corporation and all of that, you know, you tell me what percentage of that is this Black. But they also use that one Black person who they push up into the thing to say, well, I'm not right. Well, we got Tim Scott here, you know, I'm not this, I'm not that. But then most of the Black people working is like working regular jobs, you know what I'm saying? Working regular jobs. And it ain't the DEI, right? Because they is always going to have you doing that, you know. But it don't matter if I'm talking about from CDLs, construction, warehousing, because I've been in that field. I've been in all, you know, I ain't been in construction, but different types of industry where generally, you know, and I'm like, yeah, black people need to be hiring our damn selves, you know. But even teaching black history and you know, like I said, I'm gonna get back to it once I finish what I'm doing. But you know, I know it takes hella long. But of course we're gonna know, like, let me play this, you know, because also in Georgia, right? So the state is going to cut funding. Already the state is already cutting the funding to African American studies courses, you know. I don't know who's in charge down there because
a pilot
it's like
program
the same
teaching
thing
advanced
already
placement
happening,
African
isn't it?
American studies in our public schools may come to an end. The state says that it will no longer fund that program.
The move has caught teachers and local school systems by surprise. Fox 5's Kevin Stewart is in Maynard Jackson High in Southeast Atlanta with the story. Kevin?
Yeah, school systems across the state are trying to figure out what's next. About 20 minutes ago, I got a statement from APS, which says it will continue with the class. It says Atlanta Public Schools charter system status gives us the flexibility to continue offering AP African American Studies, even though it will not be supported with state funding. APS will continue with the course with local funds. That is in stark contrast to Gwinnett County, which says it will not be able to do that.
Right, so they say they're gonna use their own money, but you put your own money into your own damn schools anyway, because it's not just African American studies. It's the thing, it's the mentality. That's the point of even learning your history, you know, the truth about your history, how you always used to fight, you know, how you have no damn friends, right? How they use the same tricks over and over and over and over and over and over again, doing the same thing over and over again, right? But they're not teaching you the truth about your, because you need to be putting your money towards your own stuff. And now that we know that we can raise millions of dollars in just a few hours, then we should have no damn excuse why we hungry and we don't got no damn schools to know about our history. And then you turn around and be mad, why is we saying we American, you know? Because you don't build your own damn schools to teach you who you are, to instill the have the black men as the teachers, the way, like, who are you? I'm a young black man. I'm black and I'm beautiful. Right? We don't pay for that no more. We just want, well, really just we just want to be comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. All right. They're never going to teach you that. No way.
Identified, but he wants his voice heard clearly.
We're doing a disservice to thousands of students across the state of Georgia.
State school superintendent.
Wait, they're already, what is it, 2025 already? No, it ain't 2025 yet. What the world? So how is this already going on?
That Richard Woods
I don't
has
get it.
pulled the plug on state funding for the advanced placement course for African American Studies, a pilot program. If they so choose, school districts will have to fund it themselves. We first told you about the pilot being taught at Atlanta's Maynard Jackson High last year. This teacher was excited to get back in the classroom to teach students.
Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, none of them found any offense to the course. We don't teach critical race theory in the classroom.
Yo, why do we always got to worry about somebody else's offense, right? Because I remember even just saying, like, if I say something for black people, it's always a way to be like, well, you know, we don't really want to make this other group mad. And some cases y'all would agree, but I can show some cases where y'all would be like, yeah, we don't want to offend anyone, you know. But why is it we always got to be the ones that worry about offending somebody? Right? Like, if I'd be like, two black parents, why do I gotta be the one that's like apologizing and everybody else can just say whatever the hell they want to? They can learn not just about because they also go to those Chinese restaurants and learn how to do business, you know what I'm saying? They also go to those Mexican tire shops and learn how to do business and all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? And they ain't worried about offending us.
I think that there is public pressure about that.
The Georgia Association of Educators calls the move, quote, ill-considered, in direct opposition to our integrity and professional duties. It went on to say, Woods' decision truly stands out against the backdrop of the approval of the AP European History class.
Oh, so hey,
You should know
European
the state
history is
funds a
okay.
non-AP African American.
Now hold on. Now I don't know, to be honest with you. Is this area it doesn't really matter, I guess, but I'm just curious. Is this already a Democrat area or Republican? Because I can't tell the difference. I'm surprised to have. I don't know how the hell y'all can tell the difference between them, because I sure can't. Because this is, or maybe I'm doing this and I'm like behind in time, so I don't know the date or whatever. I'm not sure.
Studies program. The teacher, though, says it's
probably
just for one
2025
semester.
already.
We reached out to multiple state school board members and the superintendent for comment.
Oh, okay,
A
one
spokesperson
semester,
said, quote,
okay.
Superintendent Woods feels the current existing state-funded African-American course is the best path for schools to offer students instruction on this topic. Why do you think this is happening now so late?
That's the question that I have as well. You know, we start back to school in a couple of weeks. Is a disservice to students?
Sure is.
All right, now a group of state law.
Now, because I know we talk a lot about this DEI stuff. Now, of course, they use it in a quote-unquote racist manner, right? Because we all know who the real DEI fools is, you know. But like, that's why I ain't really talk about. And I'm not gonna lie, like, you know, they're right, you know, like, or I ain't gonna say like you're gonna cut, because I'm just wondering, like, when did everything change? Like in 2008, is that when is different to 2020? Not sure when we had this change, but like when that lady left the you know, Yale or Harvard or whatever it was, you know, because she spoke out against the shysters, because that also passed. That was in like that wasn't 2025 either, was it? So they already passed the laws about you can't even speak out against certain groups on some other stuff. But anyway, I don't even know where I'm going. Let me just go on, man. Because this is important. Because I want you to understand this, right? Now, this brother said for years, you got to know the signs of quote-unquote white supremacists. Like, you know, just the way that they are. Now, I'm like, they dress like Jane Elliott, just like they dress up like this fool, cops thing, like Jane Elliott, like Kramer, like you name it, you know what I'm saying? Like Joe Biden, like Donald Trump, they dress up like all of it. Which was like, you see, old boy had the tattoo here. I know everybody is recognizing and seeing what happened with this sister, right? That's how I play it.
This is why it's important to know these symbols, right? As you see, this car in front of me has the police little thing on the back of it, but then when you look at the top, it has the Punisher with the American flag in it. That's important to study white supremacy. Damn, y'all probably can't see the car in front of me. On the back of this car, you see that sign, that 333? That is a 3% sign in front of me.
All right, that's all right. The 5%ers. But yo, you see with this sister here, you know, now I have to do this, you know, because people act like, you know, there is a difference on any side, right? That there's not two sides to the same coin, and evil is just evil. Y'all sound like Eddie Murphy in that movie Vampire in Brooklyn. Y'all like, evil is good. Y'all don't want the Donald Trump evil. This evil is good. Evil is evil, my G. But we're not gonna act like that fool ain't just as bad or whatever, because people like to always use Donald Trump, like, and then, but if you're gonna say that, you cannot say anything about Joe Biden and the crime bill and Democrats and that, because Donald Trump was like, that's not hard enough. Joe Biden, he said Joe Biden is soft on crime when he did all of that, you know. So we're not gonna act like that. So to use that will be disingenuous to say, if you are talking about some damn Trump and going against it, because we're not, because I know it's just that that side has been doing more it's hard to say, like, to give them different names. It's hard for me to say, like, left, right, Democrat, Republican. It's all the same thing to me, right? It's just like, I guess, liberals and whatever, however you say it. It's all the same thing, but just on a historical aspect, right?
Because of the number of people who were killed while being corrected. Okay. And if any slave resists his master, owner, or other person by his or her order, correcting such slave and shall happen to be killed in such correction, it shall not be counted felony, but the master, owner, and every other person so giving correction shall be acquitted of all punishment and accusation for the same, as if such accident had never happened. So that means that if you happen to be correcting someone and you beat them to death, you know how hard it is to beat someone to death? I mean, I thought about that. I said it happened so frequently that they created a law so that you wouldn't feel any what? No guilt, because you were simply correcting them. Wasn't your fault. So I went back to look at who was beating
Wait,
folks.
hold on. I'm going to run it back real quick because I got to walk away for 1 second.
Killing Act. The Casual Killing Act was written because of the number of people who were killed while being corrected. Okay. And if any slave resists his master, owner, or other person by his or her order, correcting such slave and shall happen to be killed in such correction, it shall not be counted felony, but the master, owner, and every other person so giving correction shall be acquitted of all punishment and accusation for the same, as if such accident had never happened. So that means that if you happen to be correcting someone and you beat them to death, you know how hard it is to beat someone to death? I mean, I thought about that. I said it happened so frequently that they created a law so that you wouldn't feel any what? No guilt, because you were simply correcting them. Wasn't your fault. So I went back to look at who was beating folks to death. I wanted to know. And it was white women. White women were beating black children to death. That's who was being beat. Killed. But it wasn't her fault. She was just correcting them. You see, what we do is we rob ourselves of our own humanity when we refuse to look at this stuff. We rob ourselves of our humanity. And that's what people didn't know happened. Going forward, one more. Then you had the mental health folks. This is how we got in. We got in to try to fix it. In the early years of the 19th century, a physician named Samuel A. Cartwright argued that two particular forms of mental illness caused by nerve disorders were prevalent among slaves. One was drapetomania, which was diagnosable by a single symptom, the uncontrollable urge to escape from slavery.
Consider, you know what's funny? That's what they was. That's it. Consider, they think that we got drapetomania because we say, save democracy. Why? I hope that it crumbles. I hope so. I get that y'all have like whatever that y'all have, but I'm sorry, like you only gonna be perpetuating it anyway, so you might as well sacrifice, right? They think we got drapetomania, consider. That's the problem. Because we we need to get away from this. That ain't no lesser evil is good. I should have called this one drapetomania.
The uncontrollable urge to escape from slavery. So now what we've done is we've now pathologized your desire to be free. Must be something wrong with them. Keep trying to free themselves.
Got to be something wrong. These fools are saying anything for themselves so that they ain't hungry and struggling at the bottom of their... What? How dare they not want to lift themselves up? Ain't that something? One more time, because this is what she's diagnosing us right now.
One was drapetomania, which was diagnosable by a single symptom, the uncontrollable urge to escape from slavery. So now what we've done is we've now pathologized your desire to be free. Must be something wrong with them. Keep trying to free themselves.
Keep talking about they want something. And
again, it would be funny if all of this is to remove the cognitive dissonance. Now we have, look at all the people joining in. You got Linnaeus, you got anthropology, you got physicians. All of them saying they deserve it. It's not us. We don't need to adjust anything.
Black people is our own worst enemies anyway. right? It's not our fault. It's black culture. We do this to ourselves. No, the system that democracy you think needs saving is the one that does it to you. Like, and then wonder why we don't want to be, wonder why we so screwed up, wonder why we don't know nothing, wonder why we don't want to be who the hell we are. All right, because at the end of the day, you're really scared without it. Is that what it is? It's drapetomania, apparently. But we're not going to act like, all right, that one plantation is better than the other, like a lot of people do. All right. See, look, we're not going to not talk about, this
2024, 5/3/2024. So it says, the headline reads, it says, Trump promises to give police immunity from prosecution. It says the pledge, while mostly legally illiterate, offers a reminder of the former president's outlook on government accountability. All right. So he's looking to make sure that these police have immunity, meaning they can't get charged for anything that they do. Same shit that was going on back then. You see?
Same thing that was going on back then. By the way, I'm curious when all of these cops start getting locked up. Last I checked, Negroes was hugging them on the stand, asking for their forgiveness. Maybe I missed the revolution, though. It wasn't on TV, so I didn't see it.
It says, just reading a little bit here. It says, former President Donald Trump this week made his way to Wisconsin, a battleground state crucial to both his 2016 win and 2020 loss. The stakes, in other words, are high. So he made a few big promises to match. One such promise, we're going to give our people their power back, right? I'm sorry. This is one such promise, quote, we're going to give our police their power back, right? He told rallygoers in Waukesha, it says, and we are going to give them immunity from prosecution. This is what he said. Between police and prosecutors, law enforcement officers are arguably already the most powerful people in government. So it's unclear what Trump means by giving them, quote, their power back. His second promise, though, immunity from prosecution, is more concrete and a reminder of the former president's views on government accountability, right? So this is all we need to read.
This is all we need to read.
He plans on giving police their power back, quote unquote.
Quote,
right.
unquote.
So if he gets in office, man, these police are going to be on a fucking rampage. They're going to be killing the shit out of Jake, man.
They're going to be, doing what they've always done. All right.
We talked about this before, but we got to circle the block. Sean Grayson. This is the man currently facing trial for the unaliving of Sonia Macy. I've done a previous video talking about the details of this case. I'll tag it below. I want you to take a look at this clip.
I'm also going to indemnify all those policemen that were shaking my hand back there. You better be listening.
Yo, is indemnify a word?
Police officers, law enforcement, please listen. But we're going to indemnify police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong actions on crime. They're going to be indemnified. We're going to pay them for their costs, for their lawyers. You know, policemen have to go, in many cases, hire a lawyer to protect themselves. The state doesn't want to get involved. These people are crazy, what they're doing to our country. Policemen are forced not to do anything when they want to, and under the threat of losing their pension, their house, their family, they lose everything, and they're afraid to move. They have to be. Anybody would be.
Now, and what's going on, my brother Bukhari? And the thing is, like, did we not? Well, Cassandra put it up there earlier, right? When we was just watching, because we was just watching this black family in Georgia. I don't know if this was another one or the old one, but even when she was like, I'm gonna call the police, you're like, no, it ain't the police, it's gonna be the deputy sheriff, you know? And guess who that deputy sheriff gonna be on the side of? Right? And we've been talking, it's like she has 811 in the thing. Right? You need your money to be funding your own damn police anyway, because I don't know if you want to call them fools anyway, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's just my suggestion, you know.
They lose their house, their family, they lose everything, they lose their pension, and we're going to indemnify them, do the job. They can do the job, and they want to do the job.
I know you heard it, but I got another clip, just in case you don't believe it. Because, you know, some people just don't believe it the first time they hear it. So let's show you another one.
Police, we have the greatest police. They don't get the respect that they have to get. They are treated so badly. They do something and they end up losing their pension, even if it's a good thing. If they stop crime nowadays, they lose their pension, their family, their house. And we're going to give immunity to police, and we're going to let them do the job that they have to do. I think
people like Sean Grayson under a Trump administration will have immunity from being held accountable.
You take that bonds. Really, I would just say, in the words of Ida B. Wells, there should be a special place for a shotgun in the home of all black people. You know, I would say that, right? And of course, I'll play this, you know, and I'm only playing this one. Not that I want to play this brother's video, but I ain't feel like going through a whole bunch of stuff to get
Donald
stuff
Trump's
like this.
nephew says, yes, Trump is racist. He utilizes the N-word. Provides a specific scenario where Trump said the N-word over and over again, but other people in the family, they've echoed the same thing. But those outside of the Trump family were very clear that this man is racist. I want to remind you, before we get into the new book from his nephew, of the Central Park Five.
You better believe that I hate the people that took this girl brutally. You better believe it.
The vicious and beating of a 30-year-old investment banker, Trisha Miley, who was jogging in Central Park last night. 5 youths are in custody and are being questioned. The youngest is only 13.
Trump put his money where his mouth is by taking out this full-page ad in 4 New York City newspapers. Bring back the death penalty.
When I first saw this ad that Donald Trump made, I knew that this famous person calling for us to die was very serious.
5 teens between the ages of 15 and 17.
See, this, I told you, he was like, when Biden did he made a speech, he was like, yeah, I want them. But Trump was like, that's not hard enough. But so like when Republicans say that, oh, what about Biden? They can't really say that because Trump also said it should be hard. But they would then say, oh, I agree with that. I agree with that. But that's like crazy. So you all obviously see, like, it's the same damn thing, right?
Were charged with numerous sodomy and assault counts.
In 1989, myself and 4 other individuals were arrested and falsely accused in the Central Park Jogger, in a case that became widely known as the Central Park Jogger case. We became known as the Central Park Five. In 2002, we would finally be innocent after the real perpetrator came forward, and that was confirmed by DNA evidence.
Now, okay, and even before I play, I don't know how long I'm gonna play this because I want to go to the next part, but that's the thing, right? Because even when people say, well, Trump's on, well, what the hell is he ever going to do for you? Right? Is he going to I don't agree with like people saying we need a hate crime bill and all that stuff. And you just now getting an Emmett Till bill passed. Like, I mean, come on. Like, I think that the best self-defense act is, having a shotgun in every home. I'm just saying because I don't want it to happen to my family and then I have to be like, go out there and protest and all that. I don't know if I could do that. You know what I'm saying? So like what is Donald Trump has ever said because he's not going, just like what all of these other countries and none of that, what are they going to do? Because you're going to have to show me an example of that ever happening before, where they didn't sit there and rob you blind. You know, what price are you willing to pay for whatever it is? Because the thing is, it seemed like this is why I want to get into the whole political thing in the first place, because like now all of a sudden everybody is American. I hope all of it crumbles to all of the best. Anyway, you know, so for him to win, you know, maybe that'll, because we just looked at all the stuff that's happening right now, and it's not even 2025 yet. So I don't know what's gonna happen. But anyway, man,
that's just part of his legacy of racism. Dr. Yusuf Salaam, who was speaking there, a dear friend of mine now, a council member representing Harlem, remarkable human being. There's an interview I did with him in front of college students. Check it out if you can. With millions watching and minutes of that proclamation, which is rooted, once again, in racism. Here it is.
I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the country, and it will be saved. It's the greatest experiment in the history of mankind. And
America is the greatest experiment, in his words. It's the most, I don't know, whatever the word is for effed up experiment. But anyway.
if we come down to a civil war, I'm glad we got people like Schmitty and the Bikers for Trump on our side.
This is Ohio State Senator George Lang calling for a civil war if Trump loses the election. He later said he regrets making those remarks, but they aren't the first of their kind for MAGA Republicans. Recently, Trump himself said,
if we don't win this election, we may never have another election. I'm telling you, this may be our last.
That's what they said. He said the other side will, if they don't win this, they tell their sides the same thing. See, when they asked me before, is white people slaves too? Well, yeah, kind of, you know what I'm saying? They just choose to die for this dumbass country, you know what I'm saying? If they knew better, they'd be storming the Capitol every day. You know what I'm saying? For this corporation where the ones who got money know how to use the poor ones, you know what I'm saying? Because the poor ones lynch you before the rich ones would, because the rich ones just want to use you for your labor and your resources. And the poor ones want to kill you because they want to be used for their resources, which they're not really good at anything. But like they say the same damn thing, don't they?
Election.
And numerous politicians on the right have signaled they won't accept the election results if Trump doesn't win.
Yes or no? Will you accept the election?
Okay, Bukhari. So if Harris wins, you're gonna go out there saying no justice, no peace. You'll be able to protest, I guess.
Election results of 2024.
As long as you don't say it about the Jews, of course, or LBG, or I guess that's it, you know, because they didn't pass laws about you not saying nothing about them. Speaking of like democracy and all, so we can protest everything else though, so that's cool.
I look forward to President Trump being the 47th president.
Other MAGA politicians and pundits have also suggested the possibility of a civil war.
We become totally unhinged if Donald Trump is not elected in November.
We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
I don't want a civil war. I don't want to have to draw my rifle. I want to make this problem go away with my legislative means of doing so.
Harris campaign spokesperson Amar Moussa responded to Senator Lang's civil war prediction in a statement saying Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are running a campaign openly sowing hatred and promising revenge against their political opponents. It's a feature, not a bug.
Oh, Lord. White folks is going to get us if we don't
of their campaign and message to the American people. That's why a Republican official was empowered to predict a civil war while introducing these candidates.
I guess this is the best reason to vote for Kamala Harris, you know what I'm saying? So that we can see if they are about that life, to see if they'll make this civil war happen. That would be the best reason for it. Hope they tear everything down, right? I mean, I wish the dude didn't miss with Trump, you know what I'm saying? I know y'all scared to say, oh, Lord, we don't want us to be a part of that now. But anyway. Yeah, that's I guess the best reason to vote for it. But he just go on to say what we already know.
Replay
He said, my African American over there, or my N-word over there. I'm sorry, it's Trump. What's going on, Leonard? Yeah, this is a good point, man. Let me play this so we can go on.
When the Democrats' record...
Hold on, y'all, my bad.
Blacks are told to vote for the Democrat running for president. When the Democrats' record is poor, as in the case of Jimmy Carter in 1980, they're told to vote for him anyway, because he's less racist or more liberal than his opponent. The result is, in terms of political reality, not a very sophisticated approach to electoral politics. Following the Carter black leaders, most blacks, about 90% of those voting, went into the loser's circle behind the landslide loser. The results are so devastating that for the first time in years, there is active planning for a new role in future politics. I'm Tony Brown. In a moment, Republicans, Democrats, neither of the above. 58% of blacks voted in the presidential election of 1968. It dropped to 52% in 1972, went down to 49% in 1976, and in the 1980 elections, only 7 million or 40% of eligible blacks voted. It has become increasingly clear that blacks must reassess the nature of their participation in the political process, both in terms of a two-party system and a potential black independent movement. In 1976, while 52% of whites nationwide voted against Jimmy Carter and 55% of whites in the South did the same, 94% of blacks made his presidency possible with their one-sided support. In 1980, blacks were the only group to remain on the sinking Democratic ship, while every other element of the old Democratic coalition defected to the Reagan landslide. These failures and embarrassing politics have forced some to question every four.
It was this, and he must have made this in 2025 too. Now look, yo, shouts out to my brother Black Magus who sent me this video right here. Shouts out to my brother. But you know, the thing is, right? Everything that they say about the Republicans is true. You know what I'm saying? That it's all facts, you know, right? It's the racism with the smile on the face. The unfortunate part is like everything that they say about the other side is also true. You know what I'm saying? Now I really came on here, right, to talk about this video that I'm saying. And I want to show this video, and it's nothing against my brother here, right? It's just certain things in this that I needed to talk about because like my brother is definitely cool. It ain't nothing like that, but I guess it's like a proxy for like the tiredness I am of what black people have been saying and doing. So, you know, I definitely wanted to say that first. And by the way, you know, especially on, I guess I owed him one, right? I bit my tongue before on Bakari channel a long time ago, you know, when he was with his homie on the other side now. But it's all good. I was just joking too, by the way. But no, I want to talk about this video here about my good brother. So it's nothing like that because, like I said, I don't be talking about other people. It's the points here, right? It's the point that be irritating me, you know, because I am sick of like. And the thing is, right? I'm not telling anybody to vote, not to vote, do whatever, because you should do whatever is in your best interest, right? But don't try to act like it's in the best interest of black people as a whole, right? Nobody's going to judge you for doing something in your best interest if you don't want something in your best interest. But don't act like it's something for black people and try to convince other people and shame other people for their opinions, right? Because I'm not going to shame you for saying, look, I am against X, Y, and Z. This is why, you know, I'm against police immunity, you know, and this is why, or whatever, you know, like, but whatever your personal reasons is for it, because some people is for, and I will ask you, you know, what is it that scares you the most, you know? Oh no, I'm talking about this happened a long time ago, right? I bit my tongue, you know, a long time ago on that particular subject, you know what I'm saying? But It don't have nothing to do with him because I'm like, yo, this. But all right, so let me talk about this video. Like this video from my brother, you know what I'm saying? Because some stuff that he says in this, because some things that always kind of irritated me, you know what I'm saying? And it's things that black people say that leaves us always like we want comfort is basically what you're saying, is what we want. Is that's what y'all want, is some damn comfort. Now all of a sudden I'm not this or that, you know, we ain't gonna never do nothing anyway. So why even talk about it? Just go assimilate then, you know? But anyway, I'm gonna play this.
You know, they got their opinions on Kamala Harris, which they should, right? Like I said, you don't have to vote for Kamala, right? It's just how you go about it, right? And what I'm seeing so far is exactly what I thought. I'm seeing some black people question her blackness. I knew that was going to happen. People forget she ran for the presidency the first time. We already did all this already, right? Now, I never question people's blackness. I think that's a shameful thing that African Americans do. Our first thing we do is start questioning somebody's blackness. Let me tell you something about African Americans who like questioning.
See, and this is the thing, right? Because when people say, and I don't know if it has nothing to do with it, because there's no offense to people who are mixed, and people take it as offensive to say that you have to have two black parents, because it is you that denigrates what black people are. Not necessarily, this is just this people of color nonsense in general. You know what I'm saying? So like when we be like, you are the one denigrating black, you sitting there telling me that a white bitch can give birth to a black woman, that you as a black man can come from a white man, a white dude, because I don't want to be like a white male. Is that what you're telling me? No, I ain't gonna say he's a clown, you know what I'm saying? I just disagree, because I'm not gonna go at anybody else like that, you know what I'm saying? Especially on YouTube. I ain't gonna go at other YouTubers and all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying? But for a long time, he always has, because I remember like this one drop rule nonsense. And the last time we was on here, the brother sitting there talking about J. Edgar Hoover was black. And then y'all wonder why we get so damn confused, right? Because y'all make every excuse in the world about this. You have to have, and it's no hate to people who are biracial or whatever. There's no hate to that. But damn, like, come on, like, we got to stop with this one drop nonsense. You know what I'm saying? It's disrespectful to our own genes. You telling me a white person can give birth to you, a non-black person can give birth to you? So that contradicts what we say, oh, black people give birth to everybody. Can't nobody give birth to us. Apparently they can. Like, this is crazy when it comes to this one drop rule stuff. Like, it's getting out of control. And then you let, not like, because I bet you, he would probably be like, Amber Rose is black, which she is not, and she would sit there and tell you that she is not, right? Because she ain't. Anyway,
And other people's blackness, right? Because we always talk about colorism, but when you question somebody's blackness, that's part of colorism. That's something that we just can't help.
See, and this is where people that because I even talked to some, I'm like, you'll disagree with me about this as far as colorism go, because like, as a lot of people will be like, yo, that's colorism to say that. Like, that has not even nothing to do, because there are light-skinned people with two black parents, right? As my brother Bakari has pointed out sometimes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, but I've heard, like, on just the last time on here, and Haiti is the place of all places that needs to do away with the one drop rule, if anywhere, because the way that the French used, the word is mulattoes, okay, right? That's the word in the law. The way that they use them, they should be even more than black people in America. But like, no, but you got to wonder why, right? Because maybe somebody close to him that he would like to, because you like I said, like, I'm cool with people who are biracial, you know what I'm saying? And if that topic comes up, I gotta be honest with them, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll just be like, it takes two black people to be black.
But to do, whether they're super dark or whether they're light skinned, We always go straight to colorism like we can gatekeep it. But guess what, you African Americans who want to gatekeep somebody because they lighter or they don't have the regular stereotypical pictures look of a Yoruba, West African, big nose, broad, like they don't have that.
Oh, so we do know what black people are, right? And I'm not, and again, this is not at him. This is just years of this, not from him in particular, but even just watching so many Negroes arguing about this Kamala Harris thing is just crazy to me. Like, because look, Bakari, like you said, John Madden is black. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, like, if this is the case, this means everybody in the world is black. Everybody got some African in them. You know what I'm saying? According to them. I don't believe that because I'm like, yo, they're different. And this is what I'm saying, because he would be like, race is a social construct. It is not. Race is a biological thing. Just like gender is not a social construct. You're a dude or you're a girl. You know what I'm saying? You are, in my opinion, human being, black, Neanderthal, white, Denisovan, Asian, or mixed, the rest of them. You know, it's not no theory or nothing. I don't know because I ain't know whatever. But that's just what I've seen so far. Right? But we're not going to act like this isn't a thing. Why is that important? Because the medicines you take is affected by that. You know what I'm saying? You wonder why your the way that you get, he's going to break it down later, you know, because he just breaks down that, you know.
That one phenotype that comes out of Africa that you're used to seeing.
I don't think everybody.
Yeah, and we definitely not going to disrespect the brother because it's not the brother here. It's
you don't put the fact that Africa's very diverse. That Africans are diverse. They come in light skin to dark skin. They come in short noses to big noses. They come in flat.
But one thing is for sure that black people don't come with white parents, like literal parents. I'm talking about like mom, dad. You know,
noses to wide noses. Africans are the most diverse people on the planet. Yet African Americans still look at other Africans.
By the way, it's a damn shame that with me and Consider being here talking about business and important stuff, that it don't be this much, you know. So, and it's not no negative thing. So if people looking for that, then no, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can like whatever. But anyway.
They don't have that one phenotype and they start questioning their blackness, which if that's the case, using that same metric, almost every single African can question every African American's Africanness. Just like you say she ain't black, an African on the continent say, guess what? You ain't black either. How about that? You mixed mulatto. They say, I don't care if you got 20%, 15% white in you because of what happened in the past. You still ain't African.
So, brother, do you not see how disrespectful it is to say somebody with 25%, somebody whose father was half black and Indian, right? Half black and half whatever, you know, Indians are. And like 25%, and you're going to compare that to somebody because like our ancestors got raped. And I know he wouldn't be disrespectful that way, but because our ancestors got raped, is literally a different decision than going out to willingly marry somebody that me going out to marry a white girl is different than Frederick Douglass doing it in 1800s, bro. Like for you to sit there and say like you're the same, like they like to compare that because like something that and generations ago, because our ancestors was raped, you're going to compare that to somebody who's 25%, you know, black. Like, you know, that's like reaching, you know.
How do you feel when they tell you that? Yeah, what? You think you can.
And by the way, speaking of Africans, you know. Oh, I'm sorry. Speaking of the African thing, you know, in Africa, right, mixed is color. They do separate themselves as color. This girl was just in a thing not too long ago because people was mad at her. Let me see. I think this is one. So yeah, they do actually classify mixed race people, like meaning a European father and an African mother or vice versa, as colored.
But there are,
and a lot of black people come and say, well, no, you are black. But a lot of them, And I wouldn't want somebody on my side who would disown their own parent, you know what I'm saying, in the first place, right? Biologically, genetically speaking, they like, if you look at science itself, they are a combination of two things. They are neither one. And it doesn't make them lesser or anything, because I'm not coming at it from a purist standpoint. Obviously, we need to understand this because we will let anybody into our cookouts already. And all you got to do, especially, is have a drop of black blood. Come on in here, J. Edgar Hoover. You're invited to the cookout because you're a Negro too. But it's funny because like black people ain't black, but everybody else is black.
Black communities.
Yes.
There are colored communities, which are people that look like you and I, and there are white communities. Chinese were considered black.
And them two, Trevor Noah and Cory Booker.
And Japanese people were considered white. But in South Africa, because you had a situation where 6% of the population was in power, and they were trying to control the remaining 94%. How do you go about doing that? That's a Herculean task. In America, you had the one drop rule. So if you were a person who had a drop of black blood in you, you were black. In South Africa, they couldn't allow the same metric because that meant you would now be a black person who is added to the majority, and the majority increasing was not something they wanted. So instead, what they set out to do was, they said if you were a person...
And the French also did this within Haiti, you know what I'm saying, which was why the Haitians lost the Haitian Revolution. Let's be real. They lost, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, and as black people, we got to be real about, like, I'm not saying it wasn't a one of the greatest revolutions that black people have done, but one of the things that caused, like, as Dr. John Henry Clark said, you know what I'm saying, it was the role of the bastard in history that caused a lot of the downfalls within the Haitian Revolution. You know what I'm saying? Like, they took out leaders and all of this stuff, which is why I even talk about, but I don't even blame the children. I blame the parents as much, as why I talk about that whole thing a lot. But y'all always want to make a damn excuse so y'all can like sleep with white girls and sleep with white dudes, for real. Like, that's really or it's because your cousin or your, you know what I'm saying, or somebody in your family, your child. Anyway.
Who was black, and then you were also half white.
Half child.
They would then recategorize you as a new race, and that race they called colored.
Hello, everybody. Welcome once.
All right. Anyway.
Gatekeep some sort of black.
Hold on. And by the way, because I actually listen to mixed people's channels, you know what I'm saying? Like, ones from all different types of views, you know. And this girl here, you know, she's like,
point, African Americans decided to reclaim the N-word.
All right, let me see. This girl, anyway, I don't want to play her video.
That's the part I don't get. That's that black ignorance that we have in our society. All right. Now, I see people, you know, obviously they're saying she slept her way to the top. That's mostly guys, right? I understand that. But listen, don't talk about what Kamala Harris said, something not specifically for black people. Did you?
Oh, okay. So I didn't. This is what is she black?
I saw my mother and how she worked hard, and she was full of pride and would never want anyone to ever pity her. She never complained about anything. But I also knew how she suffered. I knew how she stayed up late at night trying to figure things out. She was a brown woman with an accent.
Oh, no.
I remember going into...
Definitely a brown woman with an accent.
It's like we're purposely not using context when listening to people's statements. When you run for the presidency of the United States, you're running for the presidency of the United States of America, not for Black America. That's just the truth. Okay? Any smart political tactician knows that they need more than the black vote. A black politician needs more than the black vote, especially.
That sounds like Roland Martin out here. Like, you can't do something just for black folk. Well, then why should black folk vote for you? Go get the other ones that you do specifically for to vote for you. Then what? Then why are you telling me I need to do anything? You can't do nothing for me. Then why am I going to do something for? I can't vote specifically for you. Then you know what I'm saying? Why? Because you can't do nothing specifically for me. That's why. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, how we say this stuff, you know.
Since the black vote doesn't, for all its energy, doesn't come out, show up and show out the way they should, the way they have the ability to. So people who want to be involved in politics and make any type of change, even in the black community, requires white votes. Meaning you can't just pander and have your policies geared towards one group, because you're going to disenfranchise the.
So I don't got that video, but he's saying, am I going to do something just for black people? No. No, I'm not. Well, then I know the price is going to affect me at the grocery store. They can do for everybody. They can, but they also, well, that's the crazy part, because black people, I was about to say, other groups put up money and stuff to have stuff done for them to fund their candidates. But we just put up $2.7 million and didn't say we want a damn thing. Oh, maybe she's going to come out with something next week to talk about this anti-hate bill that she's going to pass for black people specifically, if that's what y'all want. It ain't going to be no damn reparations. We know that. Anyway.
Other group. So politically wise, when politicians are asked certain questions, they have to answer it a certain way. Any policy that's good for black people is good for all Americans. So you don't do anything specifically for black people.
No, think about how that sounds. If it's good for black people, then it would be good for everybody. So you should not do what is good for black people, even though it's good for everybody. How does that not make sense? Right? Because unless you're saying, well, if you do something, let me see.
You do it with black people in mind because you know they're going to benefit, but it has to still be for all Americans for the most part, right? Like for instance, the reason why we don't have universal health care right now, the reason why we don't have a good healthcare system is because the government did not want to allow Africans to get health care. They thought we were going to die out. They were hoping that Africans would die out over time, and that's the reason why
that's a fact right there.
We don't have a robust healthcare system. They are willing to let poor white people die because they wanted black people to die. So because of a policy geared towards black people in a negative way, all of Americans suffer. So when Barack Obama was trying to get universal health care and all of the corporations...
Now, let me tell you something. You know why what I despised about that thing? It's because I don't think it should be legal to make something a law to force everybody to buy something, whereas these people have a private company has a monopoly where you have to pay them. You have to pay. You forcing me by law to pay for something out of my pocket. Now, if you want to force me to have it, then you need to give it to me. But especially for a certain, you had to go through them and get certain companies. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that that's right at all. You know, that's why I disagree with the thing. Like, you trying to force me to, and look, they should be if that's the case, if you're going to force us to have it, then you're going to give it to us. Otherwise, you know, it is what it is. Then make a thing that makes something available for the people who don't have it, but who wants it. You know what I'm saying? If you really wanted to help people, but to force people to buy from certain companies and make it a law that you have to get it, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know, maybe that's just me. You know, that's why I was like, because I'm like, you can't force somebody, you make a law to make somebody in a private industry, because you're just making this private industry billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, that's a lot of it. Look, just I hope you don't get hurt, you know what I'm saying, and have to try to file an insurance claim.
Was trying to stop him. He spent almost all his political capital trying to get universal health care.
You figure how you feel about that.
You're able to actually go into office and get decent coverage without them denying you because you got fucking clothes.
All right, you feel how you feel about healthcare?
We are not in our natural environment, therefore we have issues. We also have high blood pressure.
Okay, so listen, he's going to talk about
operating within our
parts of why that understanding that you're different from that black people are black people, right? That race is not just a concept, because it has physical problems with it, right? Like the medicine that you take, right? That the food that you like, you need different things because your body digests stuff differently, right? That's a lot of sickness comes from being in an unnatural place or whatever.
Environment that we're built for. We ain't supposed to be over here in North America where we don't get our vitamin D, we don't get our vitamin E, way too many fucking clothes. We are not in our natural environment, therefore we have issues. We also have high blood pressure because we have less hair than everybody else, right? We sweat more than other groups because our bodies are meant to sweat, and because we sweat, we're more dehydrated. Therefore, our blood pressure is up because we got more salt content in our blood. But they don't tell you that shit. They just say you inherently something fucked up with you because you're black. That's why you got high blood pressure. They don't tell you it's because we sweat and perspirate more because our bodies is meant to do that to keep us cool, because that's how we stay cool. All right, is by sweating, right? You sweat a lot, you get, you lose, you have a lot of.
So, okay, that proves it's not just a theory now, doesn't it? Right? So it does matter, you know what I'm saying? And by the way, which I don't understand is for black people to be like, we's our own worst enemy. Why would we even be using like somebody with just a black face? Haven't we learned by now that somebody who's just black? Tim Scott is unquestionably black, right? But mentally, is he? But outside, he's not unquestionably black. As much as he don't want to be, right? That doesn't matter if you have a black person in there.
Salt, less water content, you cramp up, you dehydrate, and there's issues with that, right? Along with our vitamin D deficiency, we're wearing too many goddamn clothes because we ain't supposed to be in the winter seasons, right? But listen, all that questioning, you supposed to. Now, Umar was right. We not supposed to just give the vote just because she's black. Now she is black. She black. You know she black when you see she black. So stop playing.
Who knows and sees that she's black, my brother? She's 25%. Bro, like at that point, everybody in the world is black. Like, this is one thing that I would like, because then you have this especially talking about DEI, right? Well, they'll put one person up there, be like, look, black people have done it. Obama is president, right? You have the first black president. Look, you ain't gonna have a black president with two black parents, right? Who is for and about black people. Let me tell you that, even in any of these positions, you know what I'm saying? She's mostly that 75% that and 25% black. So like, bro, if somebody is 75% white, somebody is 75% black but 25% white, then I should be able to call them a white person. But you'll be like, no. That's a whole nother thing, man.
You see her daddy ain't yellow, but stop playing she black. When I go to Trinidad, I see those. I got family and friends who look just like that. They black. They black. Nobody's gonna say that if she was an Indian and she was some Brahmin Indian, she wouldn't even come out and claim black. Indians don't claim black. If she was all Indian, she would never come out and claim black. Especially if by claiming Indian, she would have had a better go of it, right?
Oh, really? I'll ask Vivek that, See, and the problem is, okay, let me see.
Period. There's no question. So ignorant black people should stop grandstanding and try to question her blackness, because an African who's 100% African and their family didn't get taken to the transatlantic slave trade can go ahead and take them same parameters and put them shits on your mixed mulatto ass. No matter.
So, okay, so 15% black due to rape and all of that stuff. It's the same. Because look, listen, man. And no disrespect. Like, look, you got this chick here, right, with her husband, and this versus this dude with this girl he hired, right? And my brother here says they are not the same. These black Republicans, or we ain't no black Republicans, so they talking about worshiping Donald Trump. The difference is one is a gay Republican that lives in a predominantly white state that needs white voters and sold out. But he just said how she needs white voters. So is you telling us she sold out, sold to the white master for butter biscuits? But he did, but she didn't. Because you just said she needs white voters too. Anyway, He said the other one because she's a woman who decides to get highly demanding and time-consuming field of work. Unfortunately, when her life without having children or maintaining any meaningful relationship and ends up marrying somebody she hooked up with in her later years through a blind date. At some point, everybody needs love. Now is everybody needs love now, you know, because we would do that real quick. I look at all these black men against a black woman for the white man. I don't know about that. Or she's not a black woman, and it ain't for. It's for black people though. For me, in my case, some probably are. Even if you don't understand the concept of the Pan-African and pro-blackness. See, this is a problem why with people with non-blacks, and I'm not saying he does or not, but people who be like non-black spouses and they can talk pro-black. This is some of the confusion that you start get. All right, so now he's just talking about Donald Trump. I don't agree with calling her a DEI hire, of course, you know. But bro, to say that these two are not the same, bro, like and look, it's funny that he compared these two because this is 3 years ago, right? When them two was compared together by saying, right, America isn't a racist country. And this is somebody else that, so you know it's not just me because I don't agree with this fool either. You know what I'm saying? I'll let him tell you how she was compared to this
and
fool
Madam
ago.
Vice President Kamala Harris. Let the record show I know both these individuals. I actually enjoy both these individuals. I've done a couple of events with Tim Scott, sat up in his office on Capitol Hill, chopping it up with him. We've done lunch in the 843, Charleston, dropping a clues bomb to the 843, a few places, okay? I've had on air, off air, disgusted with both of them on this fine Friday morning. Now, the other night, President Joe Biden delivered his first address before a joint session of Congress on behalf of the GOP, and he got put on the
Now I'm playing him because he endorses her too, you know. So this is not an anti, because when you be like, yo, going against her as an anti-black woman is crazy, bro. Like
social media skewer. I mean, they grilled and sauteed his ass, rightfully so, for these comments he made about race in America. Listen.
I get called Uncle Tom and the N-word by progressives, by liberals. Believe me, I know firsthand our healing is not finished. 100 years ago, kids in classrooms were taught the color of their skin was their most important characteristic. And if they looked a certain way, they were inferior. Today, kids are being taught that the color of their skin defines them again. And if they look a certain way, they're an oppressor. From colleges to corporations to our culture, people are making money and gaining power by pretending we haven't made any progress at all. Hear me clearly. America is not a racist country.
I disagree. Okay, but here's the interesting thing about Tim Scott's rebuttal. Clearly, Tim didn't get a hold of Joe Biden's speech before. I mean, but he didn't really focus on race in his speech about systemic racism and our criminal justice system, but that's about it. So for Tim Scott to take it, ancestors who came through Gadsden's Wharf in Charleston, South Carolina, are discussing slavery, Jim Crow segregation, mass incarceration, the war on drugs, all the data and research that have extensively documented the ways in which Black people are underrepresented in everything that matters and overrepresented in everything that's wrong. All the extensive data that documents the disparities in America in wealth, education, employment, homeownership, healthcare, incarceration, and it's all.
What is that, Project 1992 or Project 1984? Which project was that?
Because of America's original racist sin, slavery. But Tim, you know that. You just on TV trying to appease Republican white voters, and that is exactly what our Madam Vice President Kamala Harris did yesterday too.
No way.
When she said virtually the same.
I know you ain't comparing them two together 3 years ago, right? So you trying to say, look, because he's like, one is different for having I definitely ain't calling him no guy, you know, no Neanderthal male and one Neanderthal female that he paid for. The difference is, I guess she didn't pay for him. I don't think. Like, it was different as far as how they hooked up, I would say. But this is him, Kamala Harris, a supporter comparing them to like years ago.
Same thing when she was asked about Tim Scott's comments on Good Morning America. Listen.
Well, first of all, no, I don't think America is a racist country, but we also do have to speak truth about the history of racism in our country and its existence today. And I applaud the president for always having the ability and the courage, frankly, to speak the truth about it. He spoke what we know from the intelligence community. One of the greatest threats to our national security is domestic terrorism manifested by white supremacists. And so these are issues that we must confront. And it does not help to heal our country, to unify us as a people, to ignore the realities of that. And the idea is that we want to unify the country, but not without speaking truth and requiring accountability as appropriate.
Well, if you speak in truth, you can't start off by saying America is not a racist country, Vice President Harris. In my mind, I'm like, who on Vice President Harris's comms team is asleep at the wheel? I mean, you saw Tim Scott get barbecued for those same comments on social media. So if the VP, who is a woman of color, is doing interviews the next day, you know she's probably going to be asked about this. The one thing a comms team should have prepped her on is, VP Harris, whatever you do, don't say America is not a racist country. But I can't even really blame the comms team for this.
Why was she? Well, she's a person of color, isn't she? Anyway.
And how many? What your percentage is? You ain't 100%. You ain't pure.
Oh.
So stop playing games. Develop yourselves. People gonna say she's sleeping around. Every they say that about everybody.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
I don't care. No, I don't care what these black men are saying, bro. These women gonna about to take this shit, and I know most black men are in support of this black woman. Most black women.
We'll
and look,
see.
Do you want Project 2025? This ain't the time to be playing games talking about, oh, this is when I want to make my fucking stand. This ain't one of those times. This ain't one of those political cycles.
Now, I would ask anybody, not necessarily Afro think tank. I would ask anybody, what in particular, I'm just curious, because everybody just says it vague. What particular things in particular are you afraid of? And that's not a whatever. I'm just curious to what people would say, because I asked this question and then people just don't say. And like, okay, with Trump, right? You don't want the qualified immunity, right? But I'm saying, like, is it like immigration? Is it like what you don't want the Environmental Protection Agency to go away or whatever it is? Or like, what in particular is Black people worried about with Project? I forget which Project 2020, Project 1960. No, Project 1970. Whichever project they're on right now. What is it that scares us the most about it?
And yes, they say that every damn cycle. And that's the problem. They always
see. He even says it right here. They say this because I remember they said vote or die. Remember, they told me I ain't died yet, but they told me if I ain't vote, I was gonna die a long time ago. And honestly, I didn't vote for a president ever. I never voted for, like, my first time I could vote was for Obama. I probably should have for the culture, you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't know any better as far as, like, I was buying into the first black and all of that. But the second time, I probably wouldn't have. I'm glad I didn't either time, but I probably should have for the culture the first time. I don't know.
Those political cycles. And yes, they say that every damn cycle. And that's the problem. They always fearmonger in every cycle, so that when we really have some real danger, people, it's like crying wolf. No, we got some real problems here. So yeah, I don't care how tough Kamala Harris was on them Negroes that put themselves in a position to be put in jail. I don't care.
See, now, this is one of the problems I had with this thing. Now, his the brother Brandon would say the same thing for the Republicans. I sit there and justify all the stuff like police shootings and all of that stuff. Well, you shouldn't have did it. The black people shouldn't have done it. Like, bro, like he talks about injustice. Now all of a sudden, well, the Negroes shouldn't have been doing it. Like, what? Like, are we gonna not act like prosecutors try to have the best conviction record that they can, especially if they have political aspirations, right? Because a high conviction rate, because America is tough on crime. And guess who tough on crime means? Right now, all of a sudden, a brother who talks about, who I respect, that talks about all this injustices, now all of a sudden, black people deserve to be locked up. They shouldn't have been doing what they were doing.
People, it's like crying wolf. No, we got some real problems here. So yeah, I don't care how tough Kamala Harris was on them Negroes that put themselves in a position to be put in jail. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if she said that she's not going to do anything specifically for black people.
Let's see. Damn, I don't have the other one. Let me see. I played this one because y'all know he's supporter, but this was 5 years ago, and what they were saying about, because he was like, he don't care about the Negroes who put themselves in that position.
Now, Senator Kamala Harris is also being called out on her actions as San Francisco District Attorney, and critics are pointing to this clip from January of 2009.
I would not be standing here were it not for the education I received. And I know many of us will say the same thing. And I believe a child going without an education is tantamount to a crime. So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy.
You know what's crazy about that, right? I ain't gonna lie, I skipped school when I was younger, and my parents would have tore me up when they found out. You know what I'm saying? And to be like, yo, you would punish my mom because I skipped school when she has no idea. And then we talk about a lot of these single moms who work, you know, and as much as we talk about it, because like Cassandra say, like, you still got to make a decision to be there for your child. So it's no excuse for them. But to put them in jail because your child does something wild, it's like pretty crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this was a little controversial in San Francisco. And frankly, my staff went bananas. They were very concerned because we didn't know at the time whether I was going to have an opponent in my reelection race. But I said, look, I'm done. This is a serious issue, and I've got a little political capital, and I'm going to spend some of it. And this is what we did. We recognized that in that initiative, as a prosecutor and law enforcement, I have a huge stick. The school district has got a carrot. Let's work in.
She has a huge stick, right? To do whatever she wants to do whatever she wants to make happen.
In tandem around our collective objective and goal, which is to get those kids in school. So to that end, on my letterhead, now let me tell you something about my letterhead. When you're the DA of a major city in this country, usually the job comes with a badge. And there is often an artistic rendering of said badge on your stationery. So I sent a letter out on my letterhead to every parent in the school district, outlining the connection that was statistically proven between elementary school truancy, high school dropouts, who will become a victim of crime, and who will become a perpetrator of crime. We sent it out to everyone. A friend of mine actually called me and he said, Kamala, my wife got the letter. She freaked out. She brought all the kids into the living room, held up the letter, said, if you don't go to school, Kamala's gonna put you and me in jail.
Lord,
yes, we achieved intended effect.
Those Negroes who deserved it.
So one of the issues that we'll, of course, be talking about is the idea of
She's
using
gonna put us in
a
jail.
prosecutor using the threat of jail to deal with truancy.
See, even Roland Martin, who would probably scrub this video off the internet if he knew it was there.
Issues that we'll, of course, be talking about is the idea of using a prosecutor using the threat of jail to deal with truancy. Is that the proper thing to do in this country? So again, that's just one of the issues that we'll be covering, talking about as we continue to cover the campaign of Senator.
Apparently so. Damn. I don't want to play this one. Yeah, my bad. All right, so I wanted to play a different one, but it's not this one. 'Cause I don't want to play that joint, but I can't find it. Damn, I don't have it. All right.
A Bay Area man wrongfully convicted under Kamala Harris's watch years ago is now supporting the VP candidate. Jamal Truelove spoke with KPIX 5 about his time behind bars for a crime he didn't commit.
You see how, police treat us, African Americans in this country in general. There was no difference being here in San Francisco, the way that, we were treated by police officers within being framed. And
by the way, I picked stuff that was years ago, not days old, so people won't say we doing the same thing. It started, and in my opinion, it was Project 1438, because that's when they started kidnapping us.
Kamala Harris was
apparently
the San
rape
Francisco
is the same thing as
attorney when
choosing
Jamal Truelove was convicted for the
mixed person choosing another
2007 murder of his friend.
Indian person.
He was sentenced to 50 years to life. A judge later found that he was framed by police. Truelove served 6 years before being acquitted in a 2015 retrial. Now he's supporting Harris.
If we apply the pressure on the Democrats and on Kamala, but more so Biden, because he is the he is the top card for the Democrats, they'll be more reasonable for our Black agenda. That's what we ultimately need to do, instead of just sitting aside and not saying anything, is controlling our vote and teaching our youth also that your vote do count, your vote do matter in this country.
Harris is getting criticism for her track record as San Francisco DA and California Attorney General. Truelove lived it. So we asked him what his message is for Harris and her critics.
Let me forget. I forgive you. Forgiveness is the key. We must love our way out of this.
Come up with a Black agenda definitively for the people that
Facts,
is struggling
brother.
in this country.
I apologize. I'm running back. I was wrong.
Is struggling. Come up with a Black agenda definitively for the people that is struggling in this country and vocalize it. That's what people want to hear. That's what people want to know, that being in that position, you do speak for the women because you are a woman, but you also speak for Black folks across America. Black people are not going to vote for you just because you're Black.
That's what that brother said. But of course, you have the issues between white bitches and white dudes, Neanderthal dudes, whatever you call them. As far as that's really a power struggle. And then you stand on what you stand on with abortion and no fault divorce and all of that. But that ain't got nothing to do with it. But these Negroes that deserved it. Go ahead, my
Those
brother.
political cycles. And yes, they say that every damn cycle, and that's the problem. They always fearmonger.
They are,
cycle.
aren't
So
they?
that when we really have some real danger, people, it's like crying wolf. No, we got some real problems here. So yeah, I don't care how tough Kamala Harris was.
You sound like Joe Biden. I don't care. I don't care why they are like they are. I just want them away from I don't care why. That's what Joe Biden was saying.
Got some real problems here. So yeah, I don't care how tough Kamala Harris was on them Negroes that put themselves in a position to be put in jail. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if she said that she's not going to do anything specifically for Black people because all policies benefit all Americans. I don't care, because as an American, a so-called American, these so-called.
Now that's funny because, bro, and I stay out of that ADOS stuff because this is my point, bro. Don't y'all always be mad at people for saying they're American? Dude, forget America, forget their quote unquote democracy, right? We could never be American, but now all of a sudden, now you're American. And I'm not saying in the sense of how y'all saying it, but bro, you can't make fun of people for trying to be oh, I'm American, and then come back in the thing and say, as American, I want to save democracy. That's crazy, bro. Now all of a sudden you are saying the same thing that you've been ridiculing the same other people, which is why I'm y'all should really stop talking about that ADOS versus FBA and all that stuff they want y'all to be doing. Sitting there arguing with each other. Let the people who getting paid to start that stuff up argue with the other people getting paid to start it up. You focus on building your own damn communities, because ain't nobody coming nowhere to save you. Nobody on the planet, nobody else is going to save us but us. We don't even understand that though. We all we got, you know what I'm saying? to put that $1.7 million into Flint, Michigan. Maybe you would have had some damn clean water, or to at least get that young girl, sister out of jail. We sit here and complain about all these things, and then in a matter of hours, raise money for something to be a part of America that should be destroyed anyway. Let's be real. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why none of us want to be, but bro, like, you make fun of people for being on that. That's why y'all really need to stop talking about that ADOS stuff, because now you're getting scared. Now you're scared. You know what I'm saying? That Project 2025 stuff didn't scare you. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? If they didn't say if they win, they're gonna start the Civil War. So that's the best reason to vote for me. That I almost voted for her when they said that, because maybe that'll kill enough of us, or maybe we'll lose, or maybe we'll win. But at the end of the day, something will happen. We won't sit there comfortable and loving the spot that, or, you know what I'm saying, defending nonsense like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, why that we shouldn't have no damn agenda for ourselves. Like, we shouldn't be like, did you not just see like how much stuff is costing at the damn grocery store? Like, that's crazy. There's no way they should be taking our tax money with the police. There's no way that should be like all kind of. You know what? I'm gonna play this again, yo.
For 4 years, blacks are told to vote for the Democrat running for president. When the Democrats' record is poor, as in the case of Jimmy Carter in 1980, they're told to vote for him anyway, because he's less racist or more liberal than his opponent.
Because he ain't Donald Trump. In 1980, they would say, he ain't Donald Trump. Like, that's literally what it said in 1980. He ain't Donald Trump. We got to save democracy. Get your handpipes to the polls, Negroes.
The result,
but in 1980, Negroes was like, forget that.
Is, in terms of political reality, not a very sophisticated approach to electoral politics. Following the Carter black leaders, most blacks, about 90% of those voting, went into the loser's circle behind the landslide loser. The results are so devastating that for the first time in years, there is active planning for a new role in future politics. I'm Tony Brown. In a moment, Republicans, Democrats, neither of the above. 58% of blacks voted in the presidential election of 1968. It dropped to 52% in 1972, went down to 49% in 1976, and in the 1980 elections, only 7 million or 40% of eligible blacks voted. It has become increasingly clear that blacks must reassess the nature of their participation in the political process, both in terms of a two-party system and a potential black independent movement. In 1976, while 52% of whites nationwide voted against Jimmy Carter, and 55% of whites in the South did the same, 94% of blacks made his presidency possible with their one-sided support. In 1980, blacks were the only group to remain on the sinking Democratic ship, while every other element of the old Democratic coalition defected to the Reagan landslide. These failures and embarrassing politics have forced some to question every 4 years.
Anyway. Oh, man. We're doomed, y'all. We're doomed. I take it back. We're not doomed, because last time I said that, we was, you know what, forget it. We're doomed, you know what I'm saying? I would push the button right now if I had access, so y'all better not vote for me. I'm pushing the button.
Going to do anything specifically for black people, because all policies benefit all Americans. What? I don't care, because as an American, a so-called American, these so-called black Republicans.
No, I don't say so-called.
Who can't trying to dispel their blackness or trying to dispel their Africanness so they can be closer.
I'm sorry, it's so-called. That's a funny word to me. Why do people be like so-called? I just be tripping when people say that.
So trying to dispel their Africanness so they can be closer to whiteness. I find it very amusing that they would even go there. I would find it even amusing they would go there and say she ain't black enough for us to support, while supporting the most whitest, while supporting the white Nazi who hate black people.
I agree.
Thank you again. I know.
And supporting any of them who hate black people is insanity. But you know,
I doubt I can even take seriously any black person that got anything to criticize about what Kamala Harris has said, even though she said some stuff that weren't off the
yeah.
I doubt
even though she said a lot of suspect and questionable things. I'm gonna excuse all of that there. Just sweep that under the rug there.
And can take seriously any black man, any black person, period, who got the nerve to right now all of a sudden want to question Kamala Harris on some of the stuff he said, while purposely.
Good thing we not all of a sudden doing it, so he not including us in that.
Ignoring the historical and vast amount of lies Donald Trump has told throughout his presidency and running for the presidency. I don't take you seriously at all. I don't want to hear shit. Donald Trump has said enough things to get any person with any type of common sense to run as far away from him as humanly possible.
Let me translate this for y'all. Evil is good.
And don't tell me Project 2025 and fucking and Project 47 ain't the same thing. It's the same thing because everybody who is moving in
Project 47, they didn't make like 8 more projects. I'm pretty sure they got them. They make think tanks. They actually make think tanks because they care what they want to maintain the position they have, which is just power over the resources, like the ability to maintain the resources. They actually have think tanks to plan this stuff out. You know what I'm saying? Like to make sure how they can get it in power. Like we just don't even want anything. We just don't want, I don't know what we don't want because it's all the same thing, but we want the illusion of inclusion. We want to be comfortable, damn it. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're saying. Forget a think tank. Before we have time to say a think tank, I don't care if I'm hungry or whatever. I don't care if they taxing the hell out of me. I don't care how much they charging me for stuff. I don't care how much I spend when I go to the grocery store, because that's a part of democratic policies. You know, like the thing is, black people would be on like Republican policies. It's just the point is, like white people is never what they say they are. The dictionary definition is not what they are. You know what I'm saying? Like they are actually Marxists, you know what I'm saying? Because they want to be in the schools controlling what people learn and don't learn. They're the communists, you know what I'm saying? The Republicans who talk about they're actually the communists because they want the government to interfere with people's stuff. So they're not who they say they are. They all lie though. That's the thing we never got is anyway.
And molding around Donald Trump are the authors of the Project 2025. His cabinet members, his administration, they are the author. When they stopped being his part of his cabinet, part of his administration, they literally moved over to the private non-profit sector and started Project 2025 with the sole purpose of Donald Trump in mind.
Oh.
Period. It doesn't matter what Donald Trump wants. This is the machine behind him, and this is what they want. They're gonna
ain't no machine behind them.
Mess things up for veterans. They're gonna take back all the civil rights achievements that we take. They want to take back all the.
Damn, we're gonna have to pretty soon. We're gonna have to be drinking out of black-only water fountains, I guess, because I want you to say what it is. Is it voting rights? Because that's not for black people. That has nothing to do with black people. It's for Native Americans, right? I call them the Indians because the Indians is the slur, and I'd rather call them the slur than the black people who think that they're the Indians. Like come on, like, and you ain't American either, so black people, right? This is not for the Asian looking Indians, you know what I'm saying, and the Hispanic people, you know what I'm saying. If you look it up about they're trying to make a push to get like Native American voting rights. And also immigrant voting rights, but more so Native American, you know. And I don't give a damn if they vote or not. It ain't got nothing to do with me.
Behind him, and this is what they want. They're gonna mess things up for veterans. They're gonna take back all the civil rights achievements that we take. They want to take back all the things that black people has fought for. They want to take all that shit away. They want the Handmaid's Tale. They want to go back to 1950. That's what that's the apparatus of the Republican Party. That's exactly what's going to happen if Donald Trump is allowed to get in there and put any more conservative judges on the benches. They already took away a right, something we took for granted. They didn't think they were going to take away Roe versus Wade, but they did that shit. And if you
abortion, they took away abortion. Like I said, that's a personal issue. If he will vote for, like I said, if you have a personal issue that you have to say about that, then whatever. But don't make that a black issue. You know what I'm saying? They're doing that because white bitches can't have babies anyway, and they mad about the repopulation, which they're dumb anyway, because like the white girls is really not gonna want them anyway. They all like incels, and they backwards. They think that the white girls is just gonna be like their slaves and like work for them, but it's only gonna make the white bitches rebel even more. But that's between them. That's their fight. You know what I'm saying? Like we should be even sitting back watching and laughing. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you know, if you feel a way about that, don't try to act like it's for black people though. You know what I'm saying? And really, the Democrats are going to use that to get white bitches to vote. But unfortunately, white bitches never vote for the Democrats anyway, even though they are a minority, a person of color.
You don't think they're gonna start taking away most shit? They already took away the DI. They got to getting rid of the DI type stuff.
DIE, affirmative action.
You saw what they did with the school. They took away all that shit.
It's not even 2025. Makes me wonder how this is happening if we didn't even get the vote yet. Was they going to do it anyway? Does it not matter who's under there? Or is it a Republican right now? It may be Republican people that's in control. I don't know. Because it looks the same to me. Y'all can see the differences. I can. I don't know.
They are on a move to do the shit that they've been trying to do for 30 fucking years. They've been trying to do this shit since the 60s. And you ignorant, dumbass black people want to take this moment where we have an existential threat over here in the Republican Party to whine and hiss about the Democrats because they didn't give you everything that you wanted. At least they're a stable...
Anything at all. Not everything we wanted, but anything at all. Not just everything you don't want. In fact, things that might hurt you. They both do things that might hurt you. That's the cognitive dissonance part that disappoints me. Things that might hurt you, they try to push on us like we need to be voting for that and supporting that. But no matter if it might hurt us or not. Yeah, what's going on, Kofi?
At least that's a stable government. I would vote for any Republican other than Donald Trump, but there's no other Republican option. I like Kamala Harris. She's right down the middle. She don't make nobody happy. Perfect. Right down there. She's black enough for me.
She makes somebody happy. She's going to make somebody happy.
She's woman enough for me. And why are we caring about her race? Especially Republicans who kiss the white ass all the time. Why you worried about her race anyway? Can't she do the job? Clearly she can do the job, right? Clearly she's qualified to do that.
And that's the thing. We shouldn't be like, so to say, oh, as a black man too, because you spent half the video trying to prove to us that this is a black woman when she clearly is not. If you spent half the video trying to push that to us, now why come and say that it doesn't matter? Because you're right. Because if we had a Negro in there who pushes the same agenda as Joe Biden in the first place, what difference would it make? If we have a Negro, because now they can say, we got the first black, the first black slave owner, they say, which was not the first, but he was mixed. Oh no, he wasn't mixed, but the first, a lot of times the first black whatever, the slave owners, and that's what I meant to say. The slave owners in South Carolina, that they always talk about how black people were slave owners. Most of the time they were mixed people. You know what I'm saying? And they always hit the first black this when they are not actual black people, and it's always that. Like Plessy versus Ferguson. Plessy was a white dude, but the one drop rule said that he was black. You know what I'm saying? Because the train, that's a whole nother thing. Let me get back on point. All bad.
Who kissed the white ass all the time? Why you worried about her race anyway? Can't she do the job? Clearly she can do the job, right? Clearly she's qualified to do the job. She can do the job, so we can't question whether she can do the job. She literally the vice president. She clearly can do the job. Probably been doing the job this whole time, right? A lot of you guys don't understand that politicians have to do certain shit, even if they don't believe it. Most of the time, these politicians, they give you political theory. So, for instance, Kamala Harris, and I don't know if this is true, because I'm not speaking for her. Like Republicans like to speak for Trump and say the shit that he didn't say, or reinterpret some shit that he said that they believe that he said when he clearly didn't say that shit. But the truth is, in politics, they will give you the political theater, but then they talk about some other shit at the real meeting. Do you really think it's possible that Kamala Harris really is not down with the LGBT shit? Coming from her conservative, she probably not. Most people are not. But guess what? There's policies that have been in place before the Biden administration. All that LGBT stuff, all of those policies were developed during the Trump administration.
What? No, I don't force you to do that. I don't agree that she's a DEI hire, but I mean, okay, so No, like she's being attacked as a minority. She's definitely not a black woman, bro. Just because she's being attacked as a black woman, no. I would defend her as much as she defends black people. So I would say that.
LGBT stuff in Africa was created and financed during the Trump administration. Just so you guys know, the most prominent LGBT and gay people are Republicans. You ever heard of log cabin Republicans? The most
No, that's not really true, but I'm gonna let it slide because they are really gay. You know, they all are pretty gay, so it don't really matter. They all are pretty gay, but a lot of the gay stuff was going on through a lot of presidents for a long time. But that's their culture, though. We already know that, so I ain't gonna worry about this. You know, I'll let them. You can rock with this one.
The richest, most staunch Republicans are transgenders. Some of the biggest donors to conservative, white, Christian, evangelical freaking candidates are gay billionaires who don't actually care about social issues down here. That's what you guys know. Y'all think gay shit is Democrat. Gay shit is at the top, both Republicans and Democrats. It ain't shit you can do about it because gay people are very creative and they make a lot of money and they move and shake. They just do, I guess. I don't know. Right? But the Jews and the gays up top that we keep saying running, they're the same people. White people who take liberties to do and be anything they want. They want to have sex with who they want to have sex with. They want to be what they want to be. They want to be any religion they want to be. And the higher you go, that's when the lines start to blur. What's a Democrat? What's a Republican? They're the same shit for the most part when you get higher, the donors, right? So you can't get too mad.
They are the
Kamala
same
Harris
thing,
going
aren't they?
over there pumping the gay agenda. She ain't had no fucking choice. Just like other people during.
She doesn't have a choice. Why is that? Why doesn't she have a choice? Is it they like, well, you can't just say, well, you can't just do anything for gay people, or are they going to make sure that she does something specifically for them? So she knows not to try that with them, but she knows she could do that because Negro's going to be like, hey, you got to get in line because you can't ask for nothing for what you want, boy. You just got to defend it because they updating Project 1994 to Project 2020, whatever it is, whatever year it is, Project whatever year. Even though half the stuff then already went down. Like, I don't know what we're waiting for, but I wonder why they can't just go to them like that. And when people say back in the day, like black people died for vote, they had black officials running the town for black people. It was black towns with black officials running this stuff for black. That's why a lot of the towns got destroyed because they was doing so well. You know what I'm saying? They was fighting for representation. They said no taxation, no representation. They start taking that from them, and they said vote. They said, yo, we want whatever or die for it. Right? That was their vote or die. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not gonna take our tax money, or you're gonna have to kill us for it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no without representation, right? They didn't just be like, yo, our ancestors died just to die for it. Well, didn't black people just raise $2.7 million in 40 minutes or whatever it was? We raised that money pretty quickly. But I mean, and I didn't even say don't raise the money, but at least have something with it. Like, okay, well, now we helping fund your whatever. Well, that's what they showcased it as. If you could tell me it's something different, that it wasn't black people doing it, that's great too. But black people did just raise $2.something million for her in a matter of minutes, which means you could have solved the Flint water crisis in a matter of minutes. Yeah, not for anything, just to give to her, because that's what we do. It wasn't for our agenda. That's right. How stupid was that? See, do you think they just raised $2.7 million not for their agenda? Anyway.
The Republican administrations and through the Democratic administration, because there's other apparatuses that control things via corporations who tell politicians what to do, or else who tell them these are going to be your agenda. Do you know corporations literally write the agenda for the federal government, give it to them, say, this is what we want, and here's $100 million. Make sure you win. That's what happens. So I'm hearing all these black people, now all of a sudden, now you want to ask questions. You ain't asking shit for Donald Trump. You let this dude is clearly a racist.
No, absolutely. Yeah. What is he gonna do? What has he done for you? Well, they're pretty much two sides to the same coin. I can't tell the difference between the two of them. Obviously, y'all can somehow. Y'all must like the smiles and the feeling of comfort as opposed to just the in-your-face racism. Either way, is die by a million cuts or die just by in one shot. Because you speak of all of these jobs, or you're gonna lose that to a lot of. Anyway.
Also a rapist. He is also a felon. But you don't question none of that shit. He also says racist shit out of his mouth all the time towards black people, towards Spanish people. He's insensitive towards people's religions and spiritual systems. He don't give a fuck about. So all that shit that he says, all the fear mongering that he does every fucking day when he goes on stage and cries about how everybody's coming down on him, everybody's attacking him, everybody's coming on us, the world's against us. He literally cries and begs and whines all day. Y'all don't question nothing. Y'all let that nigga Donald Trump say whatever he want, anyhow he want, and y'all give him a pass. But y'all got the fucking nerve to want to question a couple words. She said, get the fuck out of here. That's what.
In other words, evil is good. No, evil is evil, bro. Like, it doesn't matter, right? If they all got the same agenda, pushing the same agenda, the same thing, is to keep their own people divided. You know what I'm saying? Like, they do the same thing to their own people. What do you think they do to Negroes? Oh, yeah. And so you're more comfortable with the smile on your face, Kofi? I'll put the link in there.
I don't take y'all seriously. I don't take, even the ones who try to take y'all seriously, I don't take y'all seriously. And it don't matter how many contrarians who think that your algorithm is going to pump you up, all right, because you talking negative about Kamala Harris without giving her a fucking fair shake while giving Donald Trump a pass.
Okay, yeah, we don't give Donald Trump any passes. So I know he don't. I know he referring to other people though. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Now, there's some of this stuff here. I think because I could have sworn he had mentioned Obama, but he didn't. I might have skipped that part or something. But yeah, I'm not gonna play it. But I don't even feel like looking for that video. But it's Obama, right? He himself said it was white resistance and resentment that stopped them from pushing reparations. I don't need you to say it now in 2021, talking about how black people deserved reparation, but he was scared at what white people was going to say, right? So, I mean, fair enough. If you want to leave, whatever. All right, I'll put the link in there. Because I want to play one last thing, because I want to play this one thing, because I want to show, and I'm getting mad long, so let me play this part.
A lot of, like you say, really brilliant people in this audience here who are entrepreneurs. The minds in this room is really startling, man. There's some really sharp people here, right? And if they only knew what was available for them. Tell us more about this work for small business and entrepreneurs.
So like you said, Steve, when I was in the United States Senate, I actually was responsible with a group of other senators for getting $12 billion more into our community banks. So the importance of community banks is they are, as they are called, they're in the community, led by members of the community. They are people who understand the capacity of the community, the needs of the community, the culture of the community. They are folks who, unlike the big banks, will see the dream that an individual has for what is possible. And instead of rejecting that.
All right, now, first of all, I'm gonna go through quick. Damn, it's starting to mess up too. Damn. Especially like community banks, because I had one that said, what is community banks? Now, I want to know how many black community Obama 2.0. That's not a good thing, brother. How many community banks there are. And this is so we can talk about something positive. You know what I'm saying? Not that, because I'm having a lot. It's a lot of problems now. Damn. All right, I'm trying to hurry up and finish this.
Black
resume.
History Month, and why?
Bank with larger banks, so they went to Black-owned banks. But then once doors opened, a lot of the business went to larger banks, and the smaller Black-owned banks have received less business.
When United's president also explained its mission to service all communities, no matter what amount is your account.
Part of the reason for coming to us is because we are focused on, and I would say not just the Black community, but communities that actually do feel unwelcome in other institutions. Like we have services that, like for as an example, 2-day early pay, which will give you your paycheck 2 days early, or will give you a short-term loan with no credit check. Like we have services that we know that people that are struggling to build wealth actually need.
So the problem is with this thing about, I'm gonna let her speak
that
for a
dream
minute.
because maybe it's something they've not heard before. They will listen to it and then give folks advice, including financial literacy advice, helping people know how to run a payroll, how to deal with inventory in a way that they can start a business and sustain that business and grow that business. So the money that we are putting in community banks is intentional in that it is there that we believe there is going to be the greatest opportunity for folks in the community.
So what they're going to say they're doing, and they're going to be like, oh, I don't know if they're trying to say it's just like the reparations or something, but into community banks, right? Now, I would like a list of these community banks out there that they're giving it to for the Black community, right? Because I had this thing on here that's talking about what is community banks to do. But
community to actually do the work that is about entrepreneurship. Since I've been vice president, I also created what's called the Economic Opportunity Council, and I got the big banks and big tech companies to invest private equity into community banks. And we're on track to getting $3 billion more into community banks because of that partnership.
which banks again? Can you provide a list of banks to give
And there's
this
a
money to for
specific
Black
piece
people?
of that that's very important. You know that VCs, venture capitalists, only 2%
Hope it ain't
of
the
their
red ones, that
investments
red
go to Black
line.
businesses,
2%.
right? We also know that Black folks are 1/3, I think the number is 3 times less likely to apply for business loans. And a big part of that is that nobody likes to be disappointed, right? And the feeling, rightly, after so many things can disappoint, that I don't want to go for it and then be rejected. So again, putting the money into community banks is about putting it into a place where people can walk in with a sense of dignity that is respected to actually be able to have access to capital. So we're doing that. The other piece that we have done is from the day that we came in office as an administration, President Biden and I made a commitment that we would increase federal government contracts by 50% to minority-owned businesses. And understand what that means. Once you get a federal contract, it's usually for 5 years, and you can renew it for 10, 20, 30 years. So, Steve, unless somebody messes that thing up, it's yours for a very long time, which is going to be a source of incredible wealth growing opportunity for yourself, for your family, and for your community.
Now, if y'all can pretend like her giving monies to banks that have historically have been able to build themselves and have historically have been a part of the reasons why you need reparations in the first place. So giving these money so that they can allocate out to you who they think and for whatever business they feel is okay, right? This is what they're going to do for Black people, to give them to these community banks. I don't know which communities, and I like to see the community banks doing it for Black people, but
So these are some of the things we've done around access to capital to address the disparities that have for too long existed. And I put this all in the context of another reason I'm doing this tour. Since we came in office, we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law. We are putting billions of dollars on the streets of America to upgrade sidewalks, roads, bridges, freeways.
Well, some clean
Do you
water,
know
damn.
that over 90% of construction companies employ 20 or fewer people? Those are small businesses. Think about
Well, I don't know what a black job is, but she's talking about a Hispanic job now.
we are putting over $1 trillion by my calculation on the streets of America over the next 10 years to invest in a clean energy economy, adaptation, resilience to extreme climate occurrences,
All right, all
federal
right.
contracts.
So let's talk about this federal contracts and all of that. Now, do you know what's funny? They actually did this before. They used this exact
And
thing
then I
with
just started
community
looking into
banks
black
with
banks,
black
and
people.
I thought, oh my gosh, this is like the most perfect illustration of just racism embedded in the.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's the banks that she's talking about, because I was just saying, what is the list of community banks? But if we're going to say something positive, I'm trying to give y'all something positive here. But this is just a historical thing, or how about how history repeats itself, about how the federal government did this thing where we're going to put into black banks, or into a community bank, So I just wanted to play this
Gosh,
historical
this is like
part real quick.
the most perfect illustration of just racism embedded in the monetary policy and the legal policy of this country, and then repeatedly telling the victims of this entire system of extortion and extraction that if they just worked harder and saved more and stopped buying stuff, that they would have the wealth.
Most U.S. banks are community banks, and the same can be said for all black banks in the U.S. Community banks, however, play an important role in supporting communities they serve. For any society, banks are the drivers of...
And by the way, Bukhari, do we not need our money to create a bank? Right? Not our money to go to people of color. Right? Don't we need our money to create our community banks? Because I don't know which community bank, but don't try to act like you're doing this for black people when you say, because they said minority thing. This is not, whatever. I don't know which community banks they're giving them to.
Of wealth creation.
They had done this
and for
before.
African Americans, the banking system has had a long history of inequality and black leaders to depend on these segregated banks to reach collective prosperity. But history shows that African Americans have already done this, and we're still left with nothing. Let's look at the Freedmen's Bank, for example. The North's victory in the Civil War led to nearly 4 million African Americans being freed. Freedmen's Bank, a community bank meant to help freed slaves transition into capitalism. In 1871, only 6 years later after the abolishment of slavery, 37 branches of the Freedmen's Bank had opened in 17 states. An estimated 70,000 depositors had opened with bank deposits, totaling more than $57 million.
Said we're gonna give it
The
to
one
community
flaw,
banks.
though, is that black folk had no money. This is after the Civil War. There are no reparations. So I've always wondered, you created a bank, well, what do you expect black folk to deposit?
And still after the Civil War, and still no reparations. And I'm still like, what you expect black people to deposit?
In 1874, after the economic depression of 1873, mismanagement, overexpansion, and outright fraud, the Freedmen's Bank closed. Contrary to what many African Americans were led to believe, the Freedmen's Bank's assets were not protected by the federal government. As a result, only half of the depositors received a payout, which averaged only 3/4 of the value in their accounts, while the other half received nothing. Hopes and dreams for a brighter future were darkened.
Why should white people be running the banks of our communities? Malcolm X. Good question.
The largest black bank, One United Bank, for example, 2001 to 2018, the number of black-owned financial institutions declined over 50%. Today, that number is down another 9%, leaving only 21 black-owned banks in the U.S.
I guess that was a part of Project 2000.
Of these 21 banks, not one of those manages assets over $1 billion. The largest black bank, One United Bank, for example, manages over $650 million.
All right, I think that's
compared to
everything,
Wells
yeah.
Fargo, Bank of America, and JP Morgan Chase, who each manage well over $1 trillion in assets.
And you know what the insidious part is? It's actually just a loan, right? What they're giving you for black people is a loan that you're going to have to pay back, you know, or for not black people, people of color, you know. It's a loan that you pay back with interest, right? So they're giving these banks more money to give more loans that you have to pay back, you know.
African Americans in the U.S.
For
as a
black people,
collective
of course.
possess little to no wealth in this country. A country they built, bled, America's justification for wealth inequality at a point in time.
All right. And this is another thing.
We've got.
This is one last thing. I'm about to put the link in there. It's probably too late. I know. I'm sorry, y'all.
So far, beat estimates on the top and bottom lines. Some of the major.
So, y'all can listen to a lot of, because this is something. Hopefully, my brother MD2. I don't know if he's listening, but he said expect a healthy consolidation among regional and community banks in the next 2 to 4 years. You know what I'm saying? So, look for these regional banks and all of that stuff that's looking to get all of this money. That stuff. But okay, let me give you something positive, because yes, you got to make more of your own banks, you know. So I'm
networking skills. I wasn't going to class. I'm going.
All right, so let me play this, brother.
Going to the union, and I'm meeting people from New York, individuals, and like I said, inadvertently, I started to work on my communication and networking skills. Didn't even know I was doing that at the moment.
When I was doing some more research on you, I found that, you know, your niche is government contracting. And
so she said government contracting. If this is, yeah, okay, I'm gonna put the link in. This is the last thing, because this is something positive. I had to play something positive. All right, because y'all be like, oh, this is the thing that you should go with, not necessarily Project 25, and I'm scared that them white folks is gonna hurt me. This is y'all best argument that you can go with. She's giving white banks all of this money so that we could get this thing. And I'm going to put it in there. Just let me play this because it's positive.
I ain't gonna lie, the first thing I said, I was like, government, federal government contracting. What is that? I don't even know what that is. So let's tell us what that is and how you got involved with that.
Yeah. So a federal government contract is, the simple definition is the federal government is looking to procure a product or a service from a small business. That's it. And they do it in the form of a contract. That's all it is. So the government says, I need a product, I need a service, and I need it from a small business, and they put out a contract for people to bid. That's all a government contract is. And how it really fell into my lap. Like, I never was a guy that was looking for entrepreneurship. I wasn't even looking to run my own business. I wasn't looking to do none of that. I was just looking to just do my day-to-day. And at the moment in time, I was working at the gas station. And a lot of people, they kind of get, you know, side-eye me a little bit, like, you was working at the gas station? I was absolutely working at the gas station. And I was trying to be the best gas station attendant, because I don't believe in looking past what you're doing right now. I really believe in, all right, if this is what I'm doing right now, I'm going to be the best at it. And can't nobody take that away from me. So while I was working at the gas station, my homeboy came to the gas station and talked to me about getting a government contract in trucking. And I didn't know what he was talking about. Much like you said, bro, you like, a government contract, what's that? It's the same, but it's back in 2008. I didn't know what he was talking about. He asked me to hit him up when I got off so he could tell me a little bit more. But when I got off, he got locked up. So I had to really go to YouTube University, and I'm all self-taught. No guidance, no mentor, no nothing. I ain't bragging about it because I was going to use him as my mentor. He opened up the wormhole for me, but I just couldn't tap in with him because he had got locked up the same night he talked to me about it. But that's definitely how I got started.
Definitely. And let's talk about that a little bit because, when I think of government contracts, federal government contracts, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of shook even having this conversation, but not because I'm uneducated with it.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, when we talk about like federal government contracts, like what type of work are we talking about? Because I'm thinking, what are you doing? Like spreadsheets? You doing like salaries or whatever? Like what type of business are you doing with the FediGov?
All right, peep game. So whatever the federal government needs, whatever we need outside the federal government needs that in the form of a contract. So we talking about digital content. We're talking about real estate. We're talking about janitorial, lawn care services, haircuts, wig making, apparel, dry cleaning, roofing, construction, pavement, whatever design, whatever you can think of, the federal government has a contract for it. I just figured out how I can marry my communication skills with the fact that there's a company that needs to be in bed with the federal government. But then the federal government has all these requests. I need this product, I need this service. But the company that has the product and has the service, they don't know the ins and outs of how to get the government contract. But I do. So I partner up with the company that actually has that product and service, and we rock and roll. But we talking about everything, IT services, armed, unarmed security, whatever you can think of, the government has a federal government contract for.
We talking about building generational wealth, financing business. How can government contracts help you achieve generational wealth and make you financially free? Like, is it lucrative, like on that level?
Yeah, and beyond, lucrative on that level and beyond. So number one, the facts is out there. The federal government got the deepest pockets of anybody. They got the deepest, it's the federal government. They got the deepest pockets. So anytime you look to start and do a business.
All right, hold on. And before you say that, I'm going to put the link in there, and then we're going to let him finish talking about this last part. And then whoever want to come on can come on. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. My bad. Ang Bukhari, come on here. Kofi, come on here. MD2, if you listening, come on here. If y'all still out there, of course. Afro Think Tank, I know he don't listen to him. I know I got a little channel and stuff like that, but it ain't even against Afro Think Tank or nothing. So it ain't. That's why I'm like, nobody even say nothing negative about the brother. He definitely a cool brother. I ain't got no problem with him. I owed him a little bit just from Bukhari Live that time, a long time ago. But nah, I ain't like that. But nah, I do get tired of the talking points like that. All right, come on. This thing keep freezing up, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm trying to put the link out there. It's not letting me do it. Yeah. Let me see. All right, hold on, y'all. 1 second. I'm putting it in there. See, got my computer all messed up. What is going on? My bad, y'all. I'm putting it in there right now. It's just not popping it's like the chat won't come up on my computer. Like, that's crazy. I can't see it. All right, there you go. All right, there you go. My bad, y'all. All right, so yeah, all of y'all come up here. And so I'm gonna let him finish what he's saying real quick. Why they come up here? Come on. This computer is like crazy slow. Like, I don't know what's going on. All right, there we go. All right, let me add code to the thing. All right, I just want to play this one more minute, my brother. Then I'm gonna let you go in and tell me where I'm wrong at. And if it keep messing up, I'm gonna just skip it. But I wanted y'all to hear about using the federal government contracts, because that'll be at least a good argument for her. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, she's giving white banks federal government contract stuff, so black people can benefit by doing this. Come on. Damn. All right, you can anyway, what's you there, Kobe? I can't hear anything. Oh. Damn, it ain't adding them or anything. Like, what's going on? Yo, you there?
Yeah, I'm here now. You had me backstage before.
Okay. Yeah, it's not even moving. Like, it's still saying you backstage, but I can hear you though. But yeah, go ahead, say what you want to say.
Yeah. I'm here now. No. What you saying was like I'm not trying to beat up on you. I like your content. What you're saying is true and good, but like it kind of eggs me a little bit when people say, well, hey, yeah, both parties are racist. Yeah, I'm not saying that Democrats are angels. Hell no, right? But to say there's an equivalent, see there, it's not historically accurate. I will say for like the past 3-4 administrations, right? So let's put it like this: there's different caliber of racism.
Since Clinton?
I would say since Bush, right? With Kanye West saying George Bush don't care about black people,
Mm-hmm.
like since then, right? So you have so this is the difference. You have the Democrats, right, who take black people's votes for granted, right? And when I get to the Republican side, I'll let you know why that is. Take black people's vote for granted because the Democrats have historically done things and measures for black people, right? Real quick sidebar, because the Republicans are staunch racists, right? So the Republicans talk a good game. Well, we give you Juneteenth and we put on kente cloth and kneel and all this other bullshit that they do. Here in New York, what was it? The governor, Hochul, saying that the black kids in the Bronx don't know what a computer is and shit like that. Or we're gonna do something about that, right? That is Democratic racism. Republican racism is plantation shit. Republican racism is Candace Owens, black people are the most violent people in the world. Republican racism is that black people are inherently violent. Republican racism is that all black women are welfare queens, right? So those are preconceived, old school racist tropes and notions up to this day that the Democratic Party still has. So Kamala Harris with J.D. Vance, like the racist attacks against her has already been happening. They've been they said, oh yeah, Kamala says she's a better candidate than me. So while I was in the military, she was sitting home collecting government checks. Like there's no equivalency of that on the Democratic Party. So my thing is that if you're going to pick a party, which most black people do, they'll pick the Democratic Party, right? Because at least you could force some change on them. You could shame them. Versus the Republican Party is like, nigga, get the fuck out of here, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And only prominent black people on the Republican side are self-loathing, self-hateful, black men. So you got your Byron Donalds, your Tim Scotts, your Ben Carsons, your Jesse Lee Petersons that goes along with the white supremacist program about black people being violent, about black people being lazy, about black people pulling up themselves on and bootstraps. That there's none of that on the Democratic side. So where the Democrats are extremely weak at, which pissed me off, people say, "Oh, you sound like Republican." Like, no, I'm just being fucking real. So when during John Lewis, died or whatever, and it was like the anniversary of the Edmund Pettiment's Bridge shit or whatever, they're all Kamala Harris, Al Sharpton, all the regular players. They all marching on, civil rights, we didn't get it so bad, we shall overcome. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all niggas doing? I'm sorry, I don't know if I could curse on your platform. Why are you there with Kamala Harris, a bunch of black people there, powerful, prominent black people there, and y'all marching over like y'all think it's 1963? Kamala Harris is there. She's the fucking VP. Y'all need to march on Joe Biden's ass. Go on there and say, hey, look, you promised all this George Floyd thing supposed to be passed, and you said during your acceptance speech that all these horrible things happen to black people. Why are y'all niggas over there marching on that bridge? That is the problem with the Democratic Party. So basically, that's what I wanted to say as far as like that. You weren't wrong, but I mean, with me is like, we have to be real and say, okay, if they're equally bad, show me the Jesse Lee, show me the Byron Donald on the Democrat side. Show me a Tim Scott on the Democrat side. We can't do that. So they're not.
How you feel about Van Jones?
Van Jones
kind of similar. Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, Van Jones, he's
kind of similar to the Tim Scott on the other side, right?
No, he's the type of person where, put it like this, Van Jones to me is, I don't like telling other men that they're not men, but how he carries himself and certain things, but the whole crying thing, that's not a good look for us. We're in a war right now. We don't need motherfuckers crying and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, if the only similar to him with Tim Scott and Van Jones, they both got white wives. So yeah, I guess so. When it comes to that, yeah, they're all similar.
Hey, let me ask you this: like, is the Democratic Party like kind of racist against, like, they don't want Kamala, really though, especially like the white ones, they don't want Kamala Harris because she's really Indian, but because she's like a person of color,
she was raised Indian.
And they don't really like that, right?
I personally, I have not seen anything about like Democrats. I won't put it past them because they sabotaged Bernie Sanders and a lot of shit. I won't put it past them, but I personally haven't heard anything against her nomination yet. And they all follow the Obamas, you know, say endorse her and shit like that. So all the niggas and everyone's like, oh, Obama said it's okay, so. But I haven't heard any Democrats pushing against her yet.
Okay. All right. Bakari, what's up, my brother? What's going on, my brother?
What's going on?
Not much.
Okay, first I want to say, when people talk about Project 2025, that don't mean people scared of white folk. See, we sit around, we talk, it sounds good to say that on YouTube, but these folks for real, black folks ain't preparing to defend themselves, ain't got weapons to defend themselves, black folk will get obliterated. And that's just a fact. And most black folks who are on YouTube talking haven't done anything to be prepared to do nothing. We can't even set up a meet and greet. We can't even set up a meet and greet. And these people are organized nationwide. It's not a joke. We act like we have forgotten what has happened to black folks in this country. So to say, mentioning Project 2025 mean you scared of white folks. That's not what that means. Actually, what it means is this is what they want to do. Black folks need to be prepared. And most black folks ain't prepared, just to be honest with you. A whole lot of black folks still don't even own a weapon to defend themselves. So we can talk about the ones who gonna march or whatever, but if you don't own anything to defend yourself, so what we gonna do? Set up in the house and commentate about it on YouTube?
Bakari, like what you're saying is very powerful, man, because I was on a show and I was listening to the show. I was driving and my wife was there on the show listening on these guys called the To Be Fair show. They're fair, but you know, they're like in their 30s or whatever. I mean, anyway, long story short, out of all the things we're saying, they said the same thing you said. Oh, you're saying Project 2025 and Trump. It sounds like fear mongering. But then they'll say something about the Democrats that's also fear mongering, you know. And my wife said, I think we need to get a gun. My wife is saying this. My wife is like, these people are crazy. She's like, I got sons. We got sons. And they want to legalize stop and frisk. I live in New York. We know how stop and frisk work. They want to legalize federally. They don't understand. It's at the federal level. It's not like, well, the hell with that. I'll just move to Tennessee. Nah, this is going to be a federal law. I have black sons. I mean, women too, because you know, rest in peace to Sonia Massey, right, and Sandra Bland and Breonna Taylor, right. They want to militarize the police and force stop and frisk. And I'm gonna keep hearing a lot of people taking it lightly. What's the saying? If someone tells you something about themselves, believe them.
Yeah. So this is the thing. You know, we don't have nothing. We can act big and bad and tough all you want, but talking ain't gonna win. That's the same thing with them folks, because they talked about what they was gonna do for January 6th. They talked about it, but then they went and attempted to do it. When you played that video of the dude talking about what's gonna happen if Trump ain't elected, that's the governor of West Virginia.
Yep.
That's the governor of West Virginia. See, we and I'm gonna go back to the old Boondocks thing. We love to procrastinate. We don't wanna. I can't even, because if I don't say the whole speech, I can't say it right. But I'm gonna just say we procrastinate till it's time to worry. When this stuff hits you in your face, I don't see how people who has been through everything in this country is willing to let someone who say he want to rule, just listen to him, how proud he is and how brilliant the dude in China is, because he ruled 1.4 billion people with an iron fist.
That's on
And
Kim Jong-il?
That's, yeah, and now that's in North Korea, Kim Jong-un. And that's what this dude is want to do.
Yep.
So if white people got a cold from him ruling with an iron fist, black people gonna have pneumonia. And we can say don't vote, right? I'm not telling nobody what to do. But for me, and Mama tell me, I've been preparing. I'm prepared for whatever. When I talk to people, it's a few of us. It's a few of us that's actually prepared. It's a whole lot of them. Like I said, even when I mentioned, it's been 2 people. Forecast is one of them. I can't even remember the other one. Let's do a meet and greet. We can't do a meet and greet. These people are organized nationwide. You think they was just putting on a show when they went out there and marched in Nashville about a month ago with their body armor and everything? These people ain't just putting on no show. We forget what has happened to us and want to say, oh, you acting scared. Ain't nobody scared of white folk. But at the height of what's going on in this country, and we gonna sit back, oh, we want the country to be tore up. Remember, we are part of the country that will be torn up.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn about America, but I do give a damn about black people. I give a damn about black people in dealing with this dude who is about to run for president. Either way it's go, it's a double-edged sword. If he win, they feel emboldened and they ready to come do something. If he lose, they ready to come do something. Either way, we are not prepared, and we are not even trying to prepare. We can't whoop guns with fists. I know black people like to say white folks scared of them. No, they ain't. Well, that's why they got guns. Okay, so if they got guns because they scared of you, yeah, they gun gonna whoop our fists. They guns gonna whoop a knife. And that's just a fact. And that is something we want to ignore. See, I say the ones that's afraid is the ones that want to ignore the threat. I don't ignore threats. I try to meet the threat head on. because I want to eliminate the threat. But the people that want to ignore the threat and act as if the threat is not there, as if they haven't been doing stuff. We just found a black dude hanging from a tree in the mountains in Georgia back in February of this year. Dude in Mississippi got his head cut off. Somebody in Chicago just got blasted. Y'all think that these people are not playing?
They never did. They never did.
We are playing. They are not. We have whatever guns we have them for us. Now, I want to speak on the lady talking about the banks. When she said they came out back whenever in the 2000s, they bought all the black banks. Well, first she said most of the banks are community banks. That's not true. Bank of America.
Wait, who are you talking about, Bakari? Who said that?
The one lady who was talking about the banks, who was talking about what they did and why we don't have banks.
Oh, the one like on the news thing?
I don't know. The young black girl, like she was doing a video.
Okay, I got you.
And then when Kamala Harris said something about community banks, I can tell you this from being in business. It was easier for black folks to get a loan from a community bank than it was to get some from Bank of America. Wachovia, some people call it Wachovia. Chase. Now Truist. It was much easier to go get a loan from a community bank, but you don't see many white community banks no more because the bigger banks bought them out. They bought them out as well. You don't see them as much either. See, the community banks they couldn't give as much money. They couldn't give as much of a loan because they didn't have as much, I don't guess. But it was much easier to go to a community bank, the Bank of Ozark, and get $5,000 to $10,000 business loan than it was to go to Bank of America. But now if you see a Bank of an Ozark, like I see a Bank of Ozark now, but Bank of Ozark just kept the name Bank of Ozark. I forget who bought them out. A bigger bank bought them out. So their rules of loaning to small businesses changed. Now, she was right about, don't nobody want to loan us money. I had a buddy work at Bank of America. Don't nobody want to loan us money. There's things that we have to do for ourselves. I wrote down a plan a long time ago. Everybody, and this is what I talk about. I've said it before. I know I got I'm somebody on YouTube with just 600 and some subscribers. I ain't gonna say the feel good stuff. I ain't trying to make nobody feel good, but I sat down there and I gave a plan. I said if 20,000 people gave, what was it? I'm trying to remember. Let's say 20,000 people gave $10 a month. What's that? I forget because I did the numbers. But within a year, within 2 years, we would have enough money for a credit union, our own credit union. Because it only take $1 million in assets or cash to be part of the NCUA, the National Credit Union Association. This was about 5 years ago. It may have gone up now. I haven't checked. But in 2 years, we could have had that and we could have been borrowing from ourselves. But when we talk about doing something, I'll go find a plan that I wrote down. And when I do my live tomorrow, because I'm going to talk about this, because I believe some of these police, we're going to have to start killing these police. I probably shouldn't say that on your panel because they're going to have to die.
If you didn't say it, I was gonna say it because I always said there's
they gonna have to die.
There's no consequence for them doing that. Now that you open that can of worms, me and my friends say, hey, look, I'm gonna, we're gonna play the part, but it's not gonna go down. I'm not gonna be one of these grieving parents and you breathing and living fine. That's not gonna go down. That's not.
No, they have to die. And when they kill Sonia Massey, they tried to make like it was a self-inflicted wound. I don't know if you heard the whole thing and why they tried to cover up. Her family didn't see the film until the day he got arrested on the 17th was the day her family saw the video. But think about this. If Trump was in office, this dude would get full immunity because he's the police. They already killed him. We ain't
and that's
fighting
the
back.
point that
We
I'm
need
trying to
to.
say. Like
We
both
need
parties are
to.
not the same. Both parties are not the
But
same. You have one that wants to go back to the 40s, and you got the other one is like, okay, I ain't gonna do nothing for you, but I ain't gonna like really fuck up your life.
yeah, you know, and not just that, not just that. If you want to protest after that happened, they are making it illegal. They want to make it illegal to protest. If you protest, the military is automatically called to disperse it. You think what that dude did when he was the president and them people was out there chanting, he had the military shoot tear gas at them to break it up? He did it to white folks already when he was in office. People forget that. He shot tear gas at white folks. What do you think he gonna have his military do to us if we are out there protesting? Now, I'm a firm believer. I tell black folks when we protest, don't tear up no McDonald's. Don't tear up nothing in your neighborhood. Our protests need to be something completely different. We have to start to move different. I've been telling people, hold your damn money. Because if you tear up people's stuff, your stuff, they're going to leave. Your neighborhood look raggedy, and they're going to have a few $1 million from insurance money. And your neighborhood look torn up. If we don't want these people in our neighborhood, hold your damn money. Stop going to them. Don't tear our neighborhood up. Make them leave by not giving them your money. Because if they're not making money off you, they don't want to be over there around you. They don't live around you now. Their kids don't go to school with your kids. We don't nobody know where the Chinese people go to school at. The Arabs, these Indians, we just know they don't go to school, but they'll come right to your neighborhood every day and make enough money to send their kids to school and do all that. Now, I'm going to say this, then I'm going to listen about the government contract that he was talking about. I do know some black people that got some government contracts. Now, the problem that I have with some, not all of them didn't do this. Some of them don't like to tell you how they got it. That brother met a good brother. Some of them, you know how we get sometimes, we just want to floss about what we have. See, it's things that I've been working on, and I'm just trying to see if I get in first before I spread the information. And I know the information is good, but I'm just trying to make sure everything works. Then I spread the information. So I want to be able to tell people what I did. Oh yeah, then there's one more. So what I did to get it. Now there's one more thing. And I don't get it twisted. I just ain't me trying to brag on Biden because Biden didn't write that. But there were Democrats. Black Cory Booker, who wrote a plan for black farmers to get reparations. And the plan was written that if your family ever owned anything in this country and lost it, you could have got money. So then Raphael Warnock rewrote it. I did 2 lives on this, rewrote it and made the plan for everybody. But black people had to get theirs first because people was arguing saying it was just for black people. So, but the way he wrote it was black people get theirs first and everybody else get what left over because he say that's what always happened to black people. Mind you, it got tied up in court. It got tied up in court because Republicans, the MAGA people, and they wasn't just white, said they were trying to give black people a handout, and that is not right. The Congress, whoever it had to go past or whatever, all them Republicans, whoever voted against it. Then they took it to court and tied it up. So when we say they haven't done anything, and I'm not trying to act like Democrats have done a whole lot, but I'm gonna also look at it and say, okay, they did try to do this to give some black people some type of reparation. It was other people that got in the way. And if we can't respect they tried to do that, if we can't be honest about that, and I know most people didn't because the only thing the big channels did was, oh, Cory Booker is gay when he act like when he was running for president. He got by 4.5 votes. Oh, he's gay. Never once mentioned what he did while he was in Congress. Never mentioned what he did, the plan he tried to write for black people to get farm, for try to help black farmers get money. We always talking about we need black farmers so we can have black groceries, so we can work with our farmers, so we can do certain things. But we run with the narrative that they haven't done nothing. And then when somebody can show you, we don't want, oh man, I said one more. I promise this is the last one. Now, for people that don't want to vote at all, that's cool too. I asked this question: do you vote in your local election? When I do my live tomorrow, I'm going to show you why you should vote, at least vote in your local election. Because if you don't vote in your local election, and these judges are racist and bigoted and treat us bad when you go to court, you can't complain because a judge, a county judge or whatever, these people, magistrate, they are elected. They are elected judges. They got voted in. And we sit back and allow them to vote their people in. Just like that white woman in New York. Did you see that, Kofi? Where the white woman in New York, where that white judge in New York, the way she was acting, threatening to shoot these young black men. So if we don't go vote, it ain't just vote for president. You have to be able to vote for your local elections, vote in your state elections. It ain't just, ooh, we gonna run and vote for president. We have to look and see what's going on. We have to go to city council meetings. We have to do all this. We can't just sit and wait and say, whoa, they ain't never done nothing for us. But that's not the only election. This white woman done got elected. I forget what part of New York. I don't know how many black folks there. But a judge is just like her everywhere where there's black people. And if black people had looked into who this person was and gone out and voted in a local election, we wouldn't have those type of judges setting over our children and our people when they go to court. But we don't do nothing about it, but then we complain about how they are. We know how they are. So we have to start being accountable on what can we do about this.
Yeah. No,
All
you're absolutely
Now
right.
I hear the mic.
Hold on. All right, and don't leave yet, Bukari. So and real quick, y'all don't take a minute. So as far as like Project 2025, that's the thing that y'all kind of worried about is like police immunity and like police becoming like militarized. That's what y'all saying. That y'all kind of against.
For starters, I mean, Donald Trump said that he's going to be a dictator. He says we need to get rid of the Constitution. He's going to gut CIA, FBI. Now, it's okay to put the head. You know what? I want to put my own head of the FBI. It's all right to say, you know, I want to put my own head of the CIA. No. What he wants to do is replace the whole FBI. Everyone, get the fuck out. Only people going to be FBI that are loyal to me. Only people that's going to be on the CIA are people that's only going to be loyal to me. That is unconstitutional.
Civil servant, all those government jobs. You in Virginia? How many black folks got good paying government jobs up there around DC and Virginia? Everybody. And if they are not loyal to Donald Trump, they will be fired.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
These people, these see, and the thing is, you talking about scared. No, I'm gonna say again, the ones who ain't looking and ain't worried about what these people do and what, those are the ones I think. So if I just sit back and say I ain't worried about it, it won't affect me. That ain't true. That is not true.
Right, you're not an individual.
Yeah, so I mean, for starters, those are some of the things. So I always ask people, especially ask Republicans, so how is this going to work? You want Donald Trump? I'm not saying you. I'm saying when I'm other Republican panel, I say, how is that government's going to work? If you and how you still have a democracy and go through the normal apparatus of getting bills passed and laws changed if you don't have any laws. And then they say, oh, well, no, you have to vote. These people, like, say, you didn't even read Project 2025. It's fuck voting. It's just loyalty. So the thing, okay, so and I understand some of the things that people say, well, hey, look, Trump was in office for 4 years, none of that shit happened, right? I get that. Not everyone is political gurus and follow it.
No, it did happen. It happened as like no matter who is the president. That's why I'm like, I'm trying to go ahead.
So for argument's sake, so January 6th happened because Trump wanted January 6th to happen, right? Black Lives Matter protested there. You know what Trump wanted to do? he ran into the bunker before that. His I think it was the Secretary of State or whatever. He says, just shoot them. Just shoot them. He wanted black people to say, I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. Right? You got to understand, a lot of people that was in Trump's presidency were loyalists, but they weren't like MAGA. Right? Okay, I fucks with you because you're Trump, you're a Republican, you like all the shit that I like. Yeah. But at least they were principled. They say, I'm not going to break the Constitution and the law just to do what you want to do. That's why you think Trump keep changing his attorney general. First it was oh my God, I forgot his name. Then it was Jeff Sessions. Yeah, and then he said Trump has fired people over and over again. Why? Because they won't do what he wants them to do, which is break the law. So for instance, like he started several wars. Like he was talking shit to China, and I think it was General Milley. It was, and China was like, "Yo, y'all about to like set it off or something?" He's like, "No, don't ignore the president. He's being emotional. If we were going to attack you, we would let you know." It had people there in place that helped that was cleaning up Trump shit. There's going to be no more there'll be nothing but yes men now.
Oh my.
So they already look.
Right.
If you listen to Steve
All right.
Bannon, and Steve Bannon was like, "We know what we did wrong this time." Right, which is he's in jail, right? All the people that Trump fucked was either in jail or they don't fuck with him no more. And it was like, this time we know what we're gonna do.
Now, look, let me say this, right? Because
Hold on, folks.
well, y'all, okay, go ahead. Because I'm forgetting half of the stuff I wanted to say.
Let me say this very quick.
No, I don't want you to run, because I'm forgetting half of the stuff I was gonna say to y'all. But go ahead, my brother.
No, another thing I'm gonna say, when y'all think these people are playing, why you think Donald Trump can do whatever and get off? Because he put his people.
Wait a
minute, dude. Wait a minute.
Do this fool not have a? They can. I literally showed the John where they like we all have an agreement where we don't charge each other. Like what did they end up locking out Hillary Clinton?
No,
they do the same thing for each other.
No,
like
no. But the difference is they charged him, and he got off. Because all his people is there, and because he put his Supreme Court people there.
So
now watch
since
this.
Their people there, they didn't get charged at all, right?
Every state that has gotten rid of right there. Every state that got rid of DEI and folks lost jobs, and now folks gonna be struggling to go to school wherever they want to go. All those are Trump places. Dude, these people ain't playing. Now you can take it as a joke and you can say people.
Who is taking stop, because all right, now y'all keep saying you keep taking it as a joke. And the problem is like the thing is, and Bakari, this crazy part is you said like you was like on the same side, like saying the same thing I was saying. Like, I don't even know how you got to this thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, and the crazy part, I agree with what you're saying about banks, first of all. Back then when you was talking about banks, I agree. And you know what's funny? We could have had 2 community banks in 30 minutes, apparently, if Kamala Harris was in charge of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and like, I forget half of the stuff that y'all was saying, like, because when you saying about like with this was is the same thing not happening with this dude in Israel? Can you not go and say? I forget half of the stuff that y'all saying. Even what you was just saying about like the federal stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at the job disparities, because y'all was just acting like you didn't know what black jobs was. That how a lot of these jobs was, and the thing is, what makes them do it is it makes the Democrats insidious because they give you a false illusion of a thing where you like, well, it's row circle there, even though like whatever, but they're still doing the same thing. Except it's whether y'all be like black and brown is cool though, you know what I'm saying? Because they're taking, because let's be real, most people have regular jobs like us, like we work at like regular places where a lot of non-black people, but a lot of other groups is coming in, like man, I forgot so much stuff that y'all was saying. Even the government contracts, right? When we talk about why is there a disparity, why these government contracts is given out to certain people, like it's like I don't even. And then even what y'all saying about the police, like I'm glad that you contradicted everything that you said, Bakari, because you was like, yo, they're gonna do this and do this. Well, they do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to figure out when was this not happening? Y'all tell me. And then you saying that it's a joke and we not trying to do this and that.
No, I can answer that.
Yo,
I can answer that. What's your the difference is between policing and it is right now, right? What is happening is a state by state, local level, right? Donald Trump is going to happen on a federal level. So if he's saying, okay, like Roe v. Wade, right? Roe v. Wade, abortion was okay, right? Because that's on a federal level. It's okay for you to have an abortion, right? Donald Trump rolled back Roe v. Wade and he brought it to the states, right? So now he's lying, saying, no, we always wanted to give it to the states, which he's lying because you always ran on the Christian evangelical, life is a life, saying no abortion no matter what.
But you know what's funny about what you're saying? Like, Republicans usually are the ones that be like, yo, we need to not federalize. And Democrats are saying we need to federalize all of these different policies with policing and all of these different things because the policing, the federal ones, they use their money to whether the police departments are going to do something or not do something, which they do not usually do when it comes to Black people getting whatever. They're not going to be like, we're going to hold it.
That's on a state by state level. But that's on a state by state level.
I know, and that's usually what Republicans argue for. Not that's Democrats do. Right. And usually Democrats are the ones saying, well, no, it should be a federal policy because of quote unquote police reform, right? Whatever that means.
What should be a federal policy?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, what police reform should be a federal policy. You agree or yes or no?
Well, police reform, see, on the caliber of how they want to implement it, that's a conversation, right? But when they say police reform, see, so something will happen like a George Floyd or a Sonia Massey or whatever. So if they want to implement police reform on a federal level,
I'm sorry, not George Floyd. I'm sorry, George Floyd or Emmett Till, because we got to bring up Emmett Till because we're only really getting Emmett Till one. So we won't get lynched, even though like Bakari just said we're still getting lynched, and they're calling it what suicide, right?
Yes, we can see because there's no mechanism like what was it, Georgia or somewhere where they had on the books where it wasn't like where it said it had some on the books where it's saying it's okay to hang Black people, and they had to put like a law in place in the state of Georgia, if I'm not wrong, saying okay, you're not allowed to hang Black people. It's like what? And that was like in the early 2000s, what I'm saying? Yeah. But when we talk about police reform, right? And what Trump is doing, he wants to federalize it. So the state can't make their own laws on policing and how to govern because federal law supersedes that. So that's the difference between what is happening now, which is something that's happening on a state by state basis.
But watch this, Kofi. Let me ask you. So you want each county, each place to do something like that state by state? That's what you in favor of, or are you in favor of?
I don't know what their plan is.
No, I'm asking you what you are in favor of. Is it federal or is it state? You're in favor of state policing.
To me, it
doesn't matter. To you, it doesn't matter.
To me, it doesn't matter as long as hold on. Exactly. It doesn't matter to me as long as it's something that makes sense where the police are held accountable for their reckless behavior, right? While at the same time, right, still providing those services, because many a times, especially like here in other places, like Bill, like the Bellagio, he was holding police accountable, right? So what did he do by holding police accountable? He didn't say, well, I'm going to cut these many cops. He's like, no, I'm going to hold you accountable for the bad job that you do. They hated de Blasio to the point where de Blasio's making a speech,
say what
turned their back on him.
No, what did he do though to punish them?
Well, okay, like so Bloomberg was doing the whole stop and frisk thing. Right, because you understand the police chiefs in New York for a long time, a bunch of racist assholes. So they'll do the stop and frisk. They'll do pulling Black people and Hispanic people at a disproportionate rate. They'll do things like that, right? And that's proven to be wrong, right? Like I could be here all day saying that. I'm using as far as the wrong things NYPD does. That's what we mean by police reform. If you have a police chief,
you want it to be a federal law.
No.
You want state by state police reform.
Again, it doesn't matter as long as what they're implementing shows, improves, and weeds out the so-called bad apples.
And the Democrats are for that, in favor of that.
Yes,
they are.
For police reform in that
They're
manner.
not saying like we're not the party that, like, I know they could call they try to prove themselves to not be the toughest on crime, right? They all literally go up. We even just looked at all of the prosecution stuff, you know what I'm saying? But are you telling me that like the Democrats is like for like fair trials and all of this stuff and like punishing like police and all of that?
I wouldn't go that far and say
I
that.
wouldn't either. I wouldn't either.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far and say that. But that's the whole thing, because now you're talking about cops, and you're going further up the ladder as far as like.
No, I'm talking about punishing them, like federally
you're talking about judges, but you're talking about now judges and prosecutors. Now
Right.
you're going further up the ladder.
And
But
some of
if-
them
if-
are appointed. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But if you just talk about police in general, that's where that's where the first stop needs to happen. So you got police that are credible and they're not gun happy and shit like that. Then we won't have these problems, and we don't have to worry about what type of judge I'm gonna get, what type of public defender if I'm gonna get if I can't afford an attorney. Like, it's cause and effect. So to me, the policing, that's where it all begins, and how the police polices. Once that is corrected, then everything else will fall into place. Doesn't matter if it's federal, doesn't matter if it's state.
And the Democrats are going to do. They have done it, or they're going to do it.
At this point, no, because like I said before earlier, you're supposed to pass. All Joe Biden got to do. One thing, there was this thing I love about the Republicans, right? Right or wrong, by a hook or by a crook, they will do a whole bunch of fucking bullshit ass executive orders, and let's see if the shit will pass. They throw everything to the fucking wall and see, like, all right, let's see what sticks. Democrats like, well, I don't know how my fellow Republican across the aisle will feel about that. Who gives a fuck? This is about power. So that's what in the beginning with the whole Edmund Pettus Bridge, and still act like we're in the fucking 60s when we're in power. When we have power, we don't know how to wield it. When we have power, we're still thinking like it's the 40s and we're powerless. That's the problem with the Democratic Party. You don't have anyone that got fucking balls, or
they got ball. They got it when it comes to other groups. They sure do. But
Exactly.
I want to. But that's not good. That's not exactly for you.
No.
But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying that you're right. I'm saying
I
that
know
you're
that,
right.
yeah. And another thing, because y'all was talking about that. Hold on, didn't they just pass the thing about Israel? How you can lose your job if you criticize Israel, especially your federal job? Who passed that law?
I did not hear about that. That's unconstitutional.
Oh no, the anti-Semitism. You didn't see that anti-Semitism thing that was just
someone passed that into law. Because that's crazy. I didn't hear anything about that.
Did you hear about that? The anti-Semitism thing?
Nuh-uh.
You didn't? Real, like, if you criticize the whatever thing in Israel, you know what I'm saying? Like, they was making that. Y'all didn't hear that at all.
No, that's some Zionist bullshit, because all that's saying, I can see them trying to pull that, but all that's saying that if you speak against the genocide going on in Gaza, then that means you hate all Jews, and that goes to show that that those people don't know what the hell they're talking about, because not all Jews are Zionists. Not all Zionists are Jews.
Yeah,
you have Jews that don't agree with what Netanyahu. See, Netanyahu is the right wing over there in Israel, right? And he is being tried for war crimes and everything. So once he leaves out of power, then all these sanctions and shit is going to go on him. So that's why he wants to keep the war going. And one thing I want to add to that, when people saying like, hey, look what's going on over here with the wars going on in Israel, blah, 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 is Joe Biden. And the thing that people don't fucking understand, right, is that American, like, there was a video of Muhammad Ali in the 60s, and it said, Muhammad, do you want to be the president of the United States? He said, hell no. I don't want that type of job. You know why? He knows what the job entails. what American policy is. It's death and destruction no matter what, and for the benefit of America. And I'm saying that to say, no matter who's present, the United States has been supporting Israel for decades.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, doesn't matter if you're a Republican.
I know it doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter which one it is, but y'all seem to think there's a difference. But this is right here.
Not me, because I never said that. That is just American.
No, you came on here to say why the Republicans are worse than the but they're not, though. They're just
when I said when I was saying that you're conflating two different things. I'm saying this American policy. I'm talking about in relation Democrats and Republicans in relation to black people. That's what I'm in that sentiment. In relation to the relationship to black people. The same relationship. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying House passes anti-Semitism bill. I just wanted y'all to see that real quick. I didn't just make it up, but my bad.
Okay, but let me ask a question. Why do black people always compare themselves to Jews? The Jews ain't gonna let nobody come on here and call them no kike and say, "Oh, it's different today."
They also ain't gonna say we need to vote if nobody don't do nothing for us either. They also ain't gonna say don't nobody do that either.
You know something?
Y'all brought them up. Y'all brought them up.
I didn't bring up a Jew. I didn't bring up Jews at all. I didn't bring up Jews at all. You brought that up talking about they passed.
What I'm talking about is like black people losing their jobs because they say something against the war. Like a lot of black people did, like the black college professor. Y'all talk about DEI because she said something against them and she would lose her job. And they literally passed the bill after that from the Democrat point. Like just like y'all was saying that which I was afraid of the Republicans doing for whoever y'all was saying, Russia or somebody. They would just do it for this group of white people. That was my point, that they're taking jobs from black people. Well, I can't say black jobs. Y'all wouldn't know what that is, but like
what's
black people get fired.
What's the black job?
One that you got. We know what a Hispanic job is. Now is like, Bakari, do you know what a black job is?
Doctor, lawyer.
Right. Thank you.
Truck driver.
Which is an average job. Right, exactly. But when you start looking into the industries, like when you look at a lot of the drivers or the whatever, they're not just, I ain't even talking about because you use other, but you look at a lot of the jobs. I see my people losing their job, you know what I'm saying, for people who do half as good a job, you know what I'm saying? Let's be real.
Hold on. So to break
black
that
and brown
down,
connection.
You say you have black people losing their job for other people. So what you're saying is, I'm painting a picture here, that they're on their job. It's like, nah, nigga, you gotta go.
At 5, we could all imagine this. You work 6 a.m, you get off at 6 p.m. At 5:55, they call you in the office, even though you ain't do nothing wrong. You come on time every day, and they say we gotta let you go. And then in your place, they bring in somebody who do half as good a job because they can pay him less money than they pay this guy. You know what I'm saying?
Good. Boom. It's the same argument I keep hearing all the time when I keep having this conversation. It's the same dynamic. There are not number one, it's not your job. It's not your company. Your company that you're working for, which is the white man, right? Let's all be honest here, is saying, hey, look, why would I pay this black person who could do the job, and I could pay Javier half that amount for a mediocre job?
Why would you support that? Why would you support a policy that favors that opportunity, though, bro? That's the point.
That is crony capitalism, right? And companies are allowed to do that. So hold on. So it's hold on. It's not Javier taking your job. It's the white corporate democratic structure, right? A capitalist structure that is allowing that.
Exactly.
So you can't say it's like you're punching down instead of punching up.
No, bro. Like you're talking about the pilot. First of all, I'm cool with that. Y'all the ones that's mad about the DEI stuff. I ain't even tripping because I think black
I didn't
people should.
mention DEI.
Y'all,
That
y'all,
was Brother
y'all
Bakari.
can't. That was one of the things y'all was talking about was DEI and all that. I'm
That's
cool with that.
that's
I'm not
Brother
even
Bakari.
mad at
That
that because
wasn't
we
me.
need to be
That
making
was
our
that
own
was
stuff
that
anyway. But we ain't gonna have it both ways. That was. I don't care. It was one of y'all. That's the point. Y'all together right now. You know what I'm saying?
it was me.
But
And I
yeah,
didn't complain about it. I'm just telling
I
you what
know
they
you
did,
could.
but that was me.
You was contradicting. Well, that contradicts his point. You know what I'm saying? Because that's and my thing is, if you're gonna be like, well, it doesn't matter. It's cool when it's like, they can pay these people, but it's really the policies that does that. Like Amos Wilson was
I
talking
didn't say
about that
no. I didn't
policy
say
for
it's
the
cool.
whole time.
No, I didn't
So
say it's cool. I'm proving that what you're doing, you're saying that
if it's not
that
cool,
these
then
people are.
I'm
Hold
saying that it's
on.
not cool. You're saying it's not
No,
cool. That's what we're
no.
saying.
I was addressing to what you were saying. You said that these people are taking your jobs, and I'm saying these people are not directly taking your jobs. It's the power
Right.
structure in place
Right.
that's taking their
And
jobs.
who is the power structure in place allowing that to happen?
Crony
Oh.
capitalism. It's not has nothing to do with parties. It
I
has nothing to do
know
with
it.
parties.
It doesn't.
That's
It
just the
doesn't matter which
system.
one it is, does it? It don't matter which one it is, does it?
Yes, because they're
No.
all under a
Lord have
capitalist
mercy.
society. Both of them do
Bruh,
it.
if they're allowing people to like whatever come, especially into black, just like what they did with the Chinese people, allowing them to put stores into that, like giving them the loans and all of that stuff. Sure, black people shouldn't go to them, and we say that all the time. But like in the 80s and 90s, it already happened. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't alive. You know what I'm saying? But they gave them these things for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Because they do this type of things on purpose. They need to make sure the system runs the way that it does. It don't matter which side it is.
So it goes right back to what Brother McCarthy was saying about us holding our money, coming together collectively.
And what? Okay, if you hold your money,
do
wouldn't
for
you also
ourselves.
hold your? Wouldn't you also hold if you exactly? But y'all think y'all vote is important. Wouldn't you make sure you're voting to hold? And I agree with the local thing, but also funding the local stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I say, and by the way, locally, I voted for the mayor, LeVar Stoney, but I wouldn't vote for him again because it's still the same stuff. Where black
So what state
areas
you're
get
in?
the last treatment of Richmond, Virginia.
Oh, okay. I got fam there.
Okay, that's what's up, yo. That's what's up, yo. I gotta check them out, yo. Cause like Bakari saying, we definitely gotta do the. I ain't gave it up, Bakari. We still gonna try to do the meetup thing. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, it's like he was saying, bro. Like, yo, he does the same thing like everybody else does. The way he runs the city is no different. And really, it's like y'all we gotta save democracy. And this coming from people that's like, yo, Bakari, I hope they destroyed the democracy. You know what I'm saying? Like. I would let dude miss Trump, you know what I'm saying? So I don't
Okay,
give a
so
damn
let me
about
ask you a
Trump.
follow-up question after you said
Yeah.
that. So they just so if they destroyed democracy and all the thing that makes America as far as like a safe haven for trial and error, checks and balances. So you want to be in a place where there's pretty much anarchy like South Korea and Russia, where one person, right, on a whim just makes the rule every day.
It
That's what you're
depends.
comfortable with.
It depends on if Bakari take control, then I'll be down with it. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, it's a serious question.
No, that's it. I would push the button right now if I could. You talking about I wish, but like, see, like I ain't got nothing to lose. You know what I'm saying? That's my thing. Like I really don't have nothing to lose. You know, I understand other people do, and I ain't trying to put that on nobody else. Like, but Bakari, you said it yourself. You was like, "Oh, you saying this because black people are not ready." But then at the same time, you're saying if they win, which would be our best argument, that's why I would vote for it, that they're going to start something anyway, in which black people are not ready. So really, what you're saying, like, but with like even with Kamala, you'll be a little more comfortable thinking that they got your back when they really don't. You know what I'm saying? And then y'all sitting there talking about
No,
they
I
really
think you're missing something. You're missing something here.
That's
You're missing something here.
that's not what I said. But I'm gonna ask a question, right? Let me ask: What do black people want?
It seems like comfort.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you why I asked that question.
There's nothing wrong with
I
that.
can play well. I can
There's
wait a minute.
stuff
I
wrong
can
with
play,
that.
Wait a minute. I can play. I can send you the video now and let you play it. If we want something, Kamala Harris has already started the conversation. when she spoke on things in the speech talking about what happened to black people and how the Democratic Party, old black people, constantly been getting our vote. She has already started the conversation. That's the beginning of the That's the beginning of the conversation right there. But instead of us wanting to hear that part right there,
Yeah, I want to play.
right?
Let's play that. I'll let you play that right now.
I'll send it to you because I'm on
All
my
right.
phone. I ain't on my
All right. I'll try to pull it. I don't know if my computer's gonna fit.
Yeah, I'm on my phone too.
I'm on my phone, not on my
Okay, so what she said, she was like she gonna do work for black people.
First thing she talked about was she said how they say black women carried the election whatever year, and then she went on to talk about how the treatment black women get in the hospital, because I'm a firm believer in that the black women, the hospital
to my wife.
to
That's
black
true. That
women,
happened to my wife.
the hospital to black women is what the police is to black men. So she spoke about that, and she said, then she started talking about since what she said, a black woman makes 61 cents on the dollar, while every other woman make 81 cents on the dollar. And she said black people have been voting for us all these years. And she said now she understands, when she looks, she understands why African Americans are upset, because they are always doing for us. Now it's time for us to do for them. She literally said that in a speech.
Yeah, I definitely got to hear that. So you saying she said she gonna do something? Because I'll be down with that. She'll do something for black people.
She didn't see. This the thing. She didn't
Oh,
say what she go. She didn't say what she gonna do. She didn't say what she gonna do. She mentioned, but you can't do. What you got to understand is
I'm
people
trying to figure out what
win.
it is though. Just
People trying
period.
to win. People trying to win an election. You can't come
Yeah,
out and
they'll
say,
tell you any damn thing, right? They'll lie to you.
no,
Tell
and
you,
guess what?
tell you
You're
they
right,
love you,
and they
kiss you in the mouth,
and they can't. And
dance
guess
with
what?
you,
They also
eat
know.
hot sauce,
You know what else? You know
go
what
to
else?
the
They
watermelon
also,
patch. You know, go get some chicken with you.
and you can say
Eat
all
some
that to sound
chitlins with
good,
you.
but you know what else? Common sense should tell people. This woman can't come out and say, I'm going to do this for black people, because she's trying to win.
Yeah, that's political
Okay.
suicide.
That's absolutely. If you don't think it's political suicide, look and study what happened to Africa. Look and see. See what. Wait a minute.
Fair enough. I get your
Okay.
point.
No,
Okay.
look and see what happened to Africa Town in Detroit.
Oh,
Look
okay.
and
So
see.
y'all saying right now she just can't say it, but once she get into office, then she gonna do something about it.
I say she has already mentioned it. So I say that's the beginning of the conversation. When she
But you're
mentioned
saying she can't.
that's the beginning.
Well, that's just you just said that's political suicide. So she lost anyways, just by doing that, right?
No.
You know what, Forecast? I'm gonna be honest, and this is this conversation is like you stuck. It don't make a difference what someone say.
But Kari, you the only one sitting here talking about caping for a racist old white dude talking about lesser of two evils. Like, bro, like y'all sitting here talking about you are both of y'all.
Who said lesser of two? Who said lesser of two evils?
Oh, so the Democrats aren't less. You said you sitting here talking about if you're telling people not to do this and not to do this, you're not okay. So you're not for the Democratic. You're not saying that. You're not saying the Democrats aren't less evil than, or are you saying they're good? You're saying they're not evil at all?
I Forecast. You getting things stuff confused between
No,
me.
I'm asking Bakari that question. No, I'm asking him the question. Are you saying that you are for the Democrats right now, right?
You have never heard me say that, dude. I'm gonna say
that's why I just said lesser of two evils.
This is what I'm gonna say.
That's not
this is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say what I said again, and you started screaming over me. I say, Forecast, you're stuck. It doesn't make a difference what somebody say. You want to talk over it and just ignore it and put it back into. I mean, look, if I'm going to talk about something, I'm going to talk about both sides, and I'm just going to be honest about it. I'm just saying what she said, and I said that's the beginning of the conversation. So I asked the question, what do black people want? And in all honesty, to me,
so
people have the right to do what they want. Because
if I say Donald Trump, and I don't because I don't agree with what you're saying, but if I say Donald Trump talked about the diamond plan or whatever hell plan he had, platinum, whatever hell plan he had, black people, he talked about it. So he talked what? So what?
Donald Trump was in office. This woman is not in office. She was the vice. She's the vice. She's the vice president. But then the thing about it is, when I sit and I talk about what they tried to pass for black farmers to get reparations, the thing about it is, folks would never. But please, the point about it is, when you say, so these folks ain't done nothing, they all just coon and selling out. Then when somebody say what they did, y'all can't.
Bakari, you talk about Cory Booker. That's my thing, Bakari. You usually say like people who did questionable stuff, Bakari.
The thing about it, what I'm saying is, you can't even. The point, what I'm saying,
you know what New Jersey, black people in New Jersey said when he was in office?
I got you. Shit, I know what black people say about black people, period. And that's, see, you skipped over when I wanted to talk about the other conversation, when you was talking about anti-Semitism. You start screaming loud and just went over that because you don't want to hear how, why would somebody write a bill for black people? Can't nobody sit around and call Jews kikes and all that, and Jews go get on live streams with them and tell them, nah, man, you a cool bro. Ain't nothing racist about you. Can't no Nazis talk about they want to recreate putting Jews in a concentration camp, and Jews go get on a live stream with them.
Well,
see, you talked over that part.
Jews tell other
but
Jews
you find,
not
but
to
what
sit
you do
there
is,
and vote for somebody because even though they don't do nothing for you either, what Jews be like, well, they can't just say they're doing do something for Jews. Would they do that since you want to compare yourself to a Jew then? Would they do that?
I don't compare no, you the one
reparations
you are the one
whatever.
You are the one who did
other Jews getting reparations.
You are the one who did the comparing to the no, you the one who did the comparing to the Jews.
Nah, I was comparing black people getting the jobs that they was getting. You know,
no, you were talking about Jews.
Just like
you mentioned that anti-Semitism bill,
right? That got black people fired for mentioning them because you're talking about a dictatorship. Then you just say a dictatorship, and if somebody fired you for talking bad about you for saying you're whatever, that passed in the House with the very people, isn't that a damn dictatorship?
I don't see that. You're saying that like you have to show us.
You want me to play the video? I just showed it. I literally just showed it.
Dude, I ain't telling nobody what to do, but I'm gonna say it like this: if black people is
anti-Semitic bill against hate speech,
the only thing I'm saying is
from your jump.
Black people is if black people is comfortable with somebody saying they want to rule over them with an iron fist.
I'm trying. So I can't. The words is tying. That's a YouTube video. What network is that?
It's one is KTSM9 News. One is
I don't know what that is.
It's a news channel, like your news.
No, I know it's a news channel. I don't know if it's credible. So just because something's a news channel,
you don't know it's credible.
Yeah, because I never heard of them. I never heard of them. If this is something that's happened that's monumentally changing,
ABC Chicago, ABC Chicago, The Hill. I mean, this is
The Hill. Okay, so play the one from The Hill,
which is I think is DC. Like this is your local news channel, bro. Like, what are you talking about? What,
bro?
Young Turks.
Play the one from The Hill, or the Turks, or the Young Turks. The one from The Hill or the Young Turks. Doesn't matter.
That's the most valid one.
Because I never heard of it.
Which says anti-Semitism is in part, quote, a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred. The definition includes denying Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that Israel is a racist state. Joining us now to discuss the new bill is congressional reporter at The Hill, Michael Schnell. Good morning, Michael. Thanks for joining us, and let's get right into it.
And by the way, y'all just jump in when y'all want to, because it's 9 minutes. We ain't gonna be able to play the whole thing, so jump in whenever.
There has been some criticism, particularly from conservatives, against this bill. They claim that it potentially infringes on the First Amendment right to free speech. Can you walk us through a little bit about where the battle lines were drawn on this piece of legislation?
Yeah. Hey, guys. Good morning. This piece of legislation passing with an overwhelming bipartisan majority, but there was a contingent of conservatives and of progressive Democrats who actually ended up voting against this. I believe it was 70 conservatives and 21 Democrats who voted against this legislation. And essentially their argument was that the
rewind it back. Hold on. So I just want to know if the bill passed. I think they said the bill passed, but he said it was voted against.
No, he said it resounding pass. It said how. That's the name of the thing. House passes the bill.
So don't if the House passes, that means the Senate will also have to pass it in order to be a valid bill. From my understanding.
So you're saying it's not a valid bill?
Well, the House and put like the impeachment of
Yeah.
Donald Trump or whatever, right? You see how certain things the House and the Senate has to do it because there's checks and balances. One group, one party can't say, well, this is the rule, this is the law. Right? It has to be voted in on both parties. If it's going to affect the American people and it's going to affect government, both parties are going to have to vote on it. So if it was passed, right? So if it's a bipartisan bill, right? That needs both votes from both parties in order for it to pass, then yeah. But if it's just partisan bill and only one group needs to pass it and it got all the votes, then it will pass.
Bro,
So
let's make it simple. Let's make it simple. If you say some anti-Semitic stuff, could you lose your job?
I shouldn't.
No, but could you? And I agree with you that you shouldn't. But could you?
Depending if it's a cause harm. So I say these effing kikes. I need to fucking kill all these effing kikes. Now that's inflammatory, and it's you're threatening someone's life. Because free speech is no such thing as real as free speech. Because you could get dinged for free speech. If I go in a building, I start yelling fire, 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 fire.
Unless you're talking about black people, it's free speech.
Exactly.
There you go.
Thank you, Bakari. Exactly.
But forecast. The point that I'm making is black people. It's black people who've been caping for that Mexican Ryan. He ain't no racist. It was black. That's the point that I'm making. So it's hard. We won't even stand together on that as a people. We should, but we don't. So how would somebody when you have all these black people coming out? Ryan ain't no racist. He just needs some help. He just needs mental help. Somebody who say, I want to join the KKK and hang N-words. You got black people coming out. Well, he ain't no racist. Ryan is a good dude. You got black people talking about, well, since you suspended from boxing, I'm going to show you can come make money with me because you're a good dude. So how can somebody pass a bill to protect you when and I ain't talking about me, you, and Kofi. I'm talking about as a whole.
We vote for them. Wait a
minute.
Hold on.
Hold on, Forecast.
I see where the party's going.
But Forecast, the thing about it is, Forecast. The thing about it is, you don't want to hold us accountable for nothing. Everybody else got to do everything. See, I don't concern myself with others. It's what we have to do. We have to stop doing stuff like that. But you want to say, but they won't pass. The point is, how would they pass a bill if the people who they're talking about come out and take up for somebody who say, I want to dig up George Floyd and put my knee on that N-word neck, and you find black people, gangs of black people, more black people taking up for him
agreeing with that
than against him. It's more black people agreeing with him, Forecast, than against him. You don't think we make it hard. I'm talking about what we have to do.
True.
And that's the point that I was making when you said they passed the anti-Semitism bill. The point that I was trying to make is
black people fault that.
Oh my goodness, dude. Okay, you're right.
Bakari, I see what you're trying to say.
I'm asking a question.
I've been saying this whole time. Black people.
Yes, you want to ask. Yes. That's it. Yo, you ask. No, I ain't talking circles around nothing. You say yes, is it black? Yes, that's black. Yes, that's black people fault. Caping for somebody who say they want to join the KKK and hang N-words. Yes, that's black people fault. Who's taking up for him? Who fault is that? That black people is taking up for him. You gonna put that on somebody else too?
Exactly. So your Byron Downs, your Tim Scotts, that's saying that America was never a racist country and black people are lazy. That's why I'm saying that you're missing.
You know what both of y'all got in common with them?
There's
all Americans. That's what y'all got in common with them. Like
how in the hell? Oh my goodness!
That's what y'all got in common. With them,
okay, you're right. You're right.
Mercy, like y'all is. Go ahead.
No, the difference is I'm a black African man and I ain't gonna cape with nobody talking about they want to hang N-words, and then I'm gonna look at other people and say it's the other people's fault that black people taking up for him. It's other people's fault.
I know it's
Other
early
groups don't do
to
that.
the day,
Other
Bakari be
groups don't do that.
American.
Other groups you cannot get away with
So,
that.
so
But with
Forecast, I'm
black
gonna ask you
people,
a
you can get
question
away
then,
with it.
Forecast. So, Forecast, what group of people who fought? Name the group of people to blame for black people taking up for the guy that say he want to join the KKK and hang N-words. Name the group of people that told black people they should go take up for him.
The same group of people that sit there and be like, it don't matter what somebody else do. You just got to get out there and vote for a particular. It don't matter if they say they ain't gonna do nothing for you. That's the group of people that's like
Okay,
that.
that
That's the
ain't no
same group of
Forecast.
people.
That's nowhere near
That's
the
the
same.
answer.
But okay, Forecast.
Yeah,
That's
I know
nowhere
that's
near the
what
I
I'm
know
same.
it
But
ain't the
okay.
same.
Well,
You don't
like,
think it's the same, but
hold
it
on,
is.
hold on. Let me bring home this is, and I said this on other streams. I said black people's problem in this country, right, is that we don't have the same level of respect for each other as other groups do, right? You cannot go to the Hispanic Latin community and hear them call each other wetback and you're lazy, and spick. You don't hear that. You can't go to the Chinese or Asian community and have them call each other chink and Hong Kong, blah, 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 and do say all these derogatory things to them, right? And do it on public stage, go on TV and say that. You can find black people that do that. You can find black people that could go on news networks, play on derogatory roles in movies and commercials. You always will find black people doing that. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Right? We don't respect our image as a people. So what Bakari is trying to say, if we ourselves don't respect who we are as people, right? After all the historical wrongs that has been done to us, why would we expect other people to take us seriously if we don't take our fucking self serious?
But the problem that y'all having is that you don't realize that you're doing the same thing when you said, "Oh, we don't need to do anything for our vote either." That's just like you hold your money. I agree with Bakari when he say like the N-word and all that stuff. Bakari, a big reason why I stopped saying it. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to my brother Bakari. And even with Bakari, he already knows like it's all love with me and Bakari. Me and Bakari could talk like this to each other, like, and it's all love. And that's for other people.
Yeah,
that
everybody else think we mad.
yeah.
But no, but the
I think
only
you're
point
mad.
I'm making is the only point I'm making is Forecast. The only point I'm making is, man, we can't do stuff like that then expect somebody let's pass a bill for them when this dude clearly say
So
he
why
want to
would
hang.
you vote for them then?
That's on us.
Exactly. It's on you. You need to do it with your own community.
Yes, so
You sitting
how
there
so how
talking
do you
about
go to
going for
other
somebody
people
else,
saying
bro.
I want you to
So why
enforce
are
a
you worried
bill?
about you sat there and raised $2.7 million for this woman when you can't even do it for your own community?
Cause money moved the needle. I'm being honest. If
Right,
you trying to
but we
get
can
a
do it for
politician,
ourselves.
if you trying to, I didn't say we shouldn't. I'm a firm believer
I
in
know.
doing it for yourself. But I also understand how to play the game. Like when we talk about what they gave Hispanics and how much money they get, right? Hispanics and what they do for Hispanics. Hispanics gave, when they said Kamala Harris set a record, she raised $87 million in 24 hours. Hispanics gave her $44 million.
But is she doing something specifically for them?
I don't know.
Yeah, she's going to. They gave her $40-something million.
Okay,
How much did black
okay.
people give her?
Okay,
She
so
don't have
why
to-
would you give
she
her
don't-
anything if you
she-
ain't gonna give it, do nothing for it? I don't care if it's $1. Why would I give somebody $1 to who
The point that I'm making,
Why
the
she
point
gonna
that
do
I'm making
shit
it.
for you, you don't give her nothing. Like that. This is how the game is played.
But if you
The game
give
is
her
played,
something,
that's how
give her
Jews got stuff
something,
on lock. Jews
but if you
buy the
give her-
politician.
right?
You
But
don't
you
know how
gave her
what
the
Dr.
money
Phil said.
though.
You get the money, you pay
Right.
them. You get a super PAC,
So
you
what
pay
did
them.
$2.7 million get you then?
It's gonna
Well,
get you something.
It
What?
started a I'm gonna say it like this. It
Oh.
started a conversation. That's the only thing I can say. Because this is my point. Everybody bragged on Ice Cube for writing a plan for Black America that was telling Black people. Did nobody have a problem with him telling Black people what they have to do right?
Yeah, Republican or Democrat. He said this is the plan. What you're gonna do?
People bragged on that plan, right? So then, but the same people that brag on that plan have a problem because some Black people, probably was her sorority sisters, that raised $1.5 million for her campaign. And then the first speech she gave, what she spoke on. She spoke about black women, and she spoke about stuff that's happened to black people, dude. I'm just saying that we ain't got to believe. You don't have to believe it.
Now let me ask you a question about what you just said. Now I'm I wasn't saying nothing about Ice Cube anyway. I don't know, like, I'm not really.
I ain't saying you did.
I
ain't
know.
saying you did.
I know, because I know. But I'm asking you. I want to ask you this: what did Biden say about Ice Cube playing?
I have no damn idea.
Well,
Ice Cube
came around the Trump era. Why would he say something about Ice Cube?
Ice Cube gave it to Trump.
No, I know he went to both of them. You know what I'm saying? And Joe Biden, if you look it up, Joe Biden said, "We will meet with you after election." Trump. Now, I ain't claiming for neither one of them. You know what I'm saying? Because they both did the same thing. Is what I'm gonna keep trying to tell y'all. Joe Biden, the one that took it serious, not me. Joe Biden told him that I would meet with him after the election, which he never did. He lied about that too. You know what I'm saying? But that since you bringing up Ice Cube, you know what I'm saying? Even he wouldn't even meet with him. And he was the one that even quote unquote took it serious during the campaign cycle. You know what I'm saying? Just like Trump did. And I don't agree with black people saying, well, Trump met with Ice Cube. That's dumb as hell. You know what I'm saying? Just like Steve Harvey meeting with Trump and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I ain't saying that.
Ray Lewis and Jim Brown met with him too.
Yeah, I don't agree with none of that. But Joe Biden is the one that took it serious, and he lied about that.
But see, but that's what I'm trying to say.
Of course, Joe Biden lied. Ain't nobody talking. Let me say this. First of all, I ain't trying to say nothing good about no Joe Biden. I ain't telling nobody I'm a Democrat. I vote what I think is best. I voted Republican before. I vote Democrat. I vote what I think is best.
Sound like you became an African American, Bukhari. That's what it sounds like to me.
Now, if you want to know, you're
remember an African living in America. That's the reality.
No, not an African living in America. African American is what I said.
Okay, that's what you want to say. But you know something you said at one time about Cornel West. Cornel West. You say the crazy thing about it, he'll be the one that'll probably do something for black folk, but he gonna do it for everybody.
Right, exactly.
That's the same thing I feel about. That's the same thing I feel about Kamala.
Hell no. Even Kofi like hell no on that one. Hell no.
Nah. But see, Cornel West, he got this brotherly calling white man, Chinese man, brother, and stuff like that. So when he says brother, I don't think he has that same gusto because he's all encompassing. He got a little white young girlfriend or whatever.
What you say hell no for though, Kofi? Why you say hell no when I say I think?
She ain't gonna do it. I'm not gonna do something for black people.
I'm about to tell you because look, I wish it was Cornel West instead of Kamala Harris, but I would expect the same outcome when it comes to like reparation. I know Cornel West would do something, right? I believe he'll try to do something way before Kamala Harris would, right? But I don't think he's gonna go on. He's gonna be on some Stokely Carmichael type Huey P. Newton shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's gonna do that because he's not. Look, Kamala Harris. Look, I don't consider her black, but she's black in the eyes of this nation, and that's all that matters right now, right? Kamala Harris is a safe Negro. Cornel West is not really that safe of a Negro because Cornel West will tell you like it is. Kamala Harris will play the game.
Right.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something.
Kofi, why do you know this, Kofi?
I don't
consider.
In the world?
You know.
I don't call Kamala black unless I'm talking to white folks. And boy, if you want to see some people get pissed, if you want to see some people get pissed off.
But Bukhari, you don't be like, because if you okay with doing that, you should be like okay with OJ didn't kill nobody either. You should be okay with that if you will be okay with that.
I don't think OJ killed nobody. In all honesty,
me neither.
I've been saying that I don't think OJ killed. I really don't think OJ killed nobody. I don't think
I heard they were into drugs and shit like that. And they owned
the white dude in jail that killed that woman.
Yeah, because then there was this drug shit.
And look, LA County knew it. But what I'm saying is though, it's not like I'm going around calling her black, right? But when I hear white folk talking, and I said, yeah, black woman can be president. Boy, you talking about some people got Woo, boy, if looks could kill, I think I would have got shot for like 60 AR-15 bullets. And that's the only reason I said it was to get a reaction. And you talking about them, I'm like, damn.
You have to understand and play the politics of racial politics. Racial politics, like put it like this: if I don't like a black person, right? I don't like this person, right? Right? Look, I even use real people. I don't give a fuck. Like Brandon and Dynas, I don't like them niggas. Is King Coons, right? But if someone was to say something about their blackness and attack them as the bigger coons as they are, they will bend over and say, "Thank you, sir. Give me another." I would defend them. Why? Because an attack on them is an attack on me because I'm black too.
No.
That's what you have to understand.
No, I don't need to understand that. Bakari need to understand that. Because Kofi, if somebody attacked Candace Owens, would you defend Candace Owens?
Attack her blackness? Yes.
Yeah. Bakari,
Okay,
would
let me
you?
tell you. Okay, now I'm finna ask this question.
I mean, it was sort of right, but I'll still have to dispel.
Thank you, Kofi. Thank you.
Okay, Kofi, good. Now let me tell you about me. I could see them white folks get a rope, wrap it around a tree, throw it over a strong ass limb, put the noose around Kamala Harris' neck. Not Kamala Harris, or around Candace Owens' neck. And I could stand right there and eat a banana, wouldn't move a muscle.
You see what I'm saying, Kofi? You see what I'm saying?
When that bitch said what she said about Sonya Massey,
yeah.
Why in the world would I stand up for her? I won't jump off the porch for her.
Because you're not an individual like you were saying
I'm not gonna go out my
earlier.
way for that because she made her bed.
No, what I'm saying is I could be right there. I ain't going out my way. I just happen to be traveling that way. I could stop and eat. I could stop and eat lunch.
Now,
and
Bakari.
watch and be like, damn, look at her.
Now, Bakari.
No,
all right,
I agree with Bakari.
I know you do. That's why I was like, that's why I know that.
Clear and she's hung from a tree. We can start talking about, that was wrong. That was wrong, and just keep it moving.
I ain't gonna even say it's wrong.
I know. That's why I was about to ask. Hold on.
I'm gonna say it's good for her. I'm gonna say it's good for her.
Don't mess it up, Bakari, because Kofi, I knew you were gonna contradict yourself in a minute. That's why I waited to ask Bakari second. Like now, those people, even after they do this, they're gonna be punished for committing a crime against black people for you, right, Kofi?
Yes.
Now, Bakari, is they gonna be punished for committing a crime against a black person?
I'm gonna try, man. Y'all hear it and go that way.
See what I'm saying? You agree with that, Kofi?
Look, I understand.
Go ahead and contradict yourself.
That's the warrior zeal. I get it, but again, we're living with these white people and stuff like that, so we have to condemn that because us not saying anything, we say, yeah, it's okay to hang a black person every time you want if you don't condemn.
Thank you. You give them license to do it to your person you love next.
No,
and then you'll be mad.
But the only difference is you will say, like, look, she made her bed with white supremacy, and that's what she get.
That's
she
what
played
she
a stupid game, she got a stupid prize.
But now you committed a crime against black people, so now you gotta get hung too. Whoever, you know what I'm saying? That's it.
No. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, don't call me my bulletproof vest ain't accepting no bullets. For Candace Owens. My gun can't shoot no bullets for Candace Owens.
I ain't busting my gun for her. Hell no.
I can't lose no sleep. I won't get no rope. I ain't finna go fight nobody for her. I don't care what. This is me. I ain't telling nobody to be like me. I don't care what happened to her. She don't represent us. She don't represent me. She might be a representation of some of us.
Now that's the thing, because earlier you was like, I'm not an individual, but now you're saying you are an individual, Bakari.
She don't represent me, period.
Are you an individual?
Yeah, I guess so.
So you are. I'm just asking you. I ain't even saying for that. I'm just asking you in period.
Yes, we're all individuals. And individuals make up the group.
Bakari had some political science classes. Come on.
So you asking me, do I have a individual mindset or I have a group mindset? But Candace Owens ain't part of our group. I can tell you what's gonna happen right now, Kofi. Listen, when they put that rope around Candace Owens' neck, and Candace Owens gonna see forecast, she gonna be like, "Wait, There go the N word over there. Y'all want.
And she might, but the thing is, they all gonna still get the same punishment though. I'm not gonna let the person off to go do it to the next person. Now, Candace Owens shouldn't have been out there playing with them and sleeping over at their house. Not my problem. You shouldn't have been at the OnlyFans girl house. That's on you. But now that's OnlyFans girl get punished. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? You committed a crime against black people.
Yeah, but okay,
That's the
put
only
like
crime
this.
that
So
we're
put like
talking
this. So
about.
an innocent black person who gets, unfortunately, ancestors forbid, get hung versus Candace Owens getting hung. What led them to that situation is two different things. One of them is playing with death. The other one, death has found them. You see what I'm saying? Those are the two different situations. You can still condemn them both, but I'm not gonna lose no love or any sleep with it.
Who said love or sleep? Kofi, should the person who hung Candace Owens be also punished?
That's not what I'm arguing.
I know. I'm asking.
Yes,
I know you. That's not what you're arguing. That's why I'm asking you now, because you go into.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. I know.
That the person should be punished.
Exactly. That's the
But
only thing I was saying.
I'm not gonna do a candlelight visual for her. Like, get out of here.
Ask me for
I
cat.
mean, I know.
Ask me for cat. Ask me. Ask
Now,
me.
should that person be punished, Bukari?
Hell no.
You see what I'm saying, Kofi?
Now, if I got to do the punishment, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna laugh, man.
That's crazy, Bukari.
You can say it's
put it like
crazy.
this. Put it like this. If that happens to her, none of us doing a candlelight visual for her. None of us is losing sleep. But what we all should do is condemn the person that did it, because that's just gonna fester other groups in order to do it. That's gonna embolden, like what you said, Bakari. Right now, there's people being hung in Georgia. There's people being lynched right now. So it's gaining momentum. We need to stomp that out. So if it happens to her, okay. She deserves it. She made her better than it, but we should also condemn that, because people are going to think like, oh, okay, we could do this now.
And that's the thing, Bukari. Now, one of those brothers hung in Georgia. Now, suppose it came out, he said, oh, he dated a Chinese girl and was like, oh, black bees ain't ish. Now, would you, like, you didn't been fighting for him, and knowing that he hung and they just said it's suicide, all of a sudden you would just change once you find out his information? You would change after that?
I'm gonna change something.
So would you wait to get justice for a black person until you find out if
No,
he's...
this is the thing about it. I'm not, something happened to that person, I'm not going to look for no information and see if he a bad person or not, and see what he. But Candace Owens put herself out there on the platter. Now, I don't think we should allow them. I think we should be the one. I really would ask them, look, let me be the one that hit the horse on the ass to make it run.
I guess y'all feel you. Well, I'll say this, you brothers have expressed your fear of what white people is going to do in 2025, and why you willing to vote for Indian Joan, who about to make East Indian, for those East Indian lovers out there, you know what I'm saying, who about to do something specifically for them, because and by the way, they wouldn't even vote for her unless she did, because they ain't gonna do what Negroes say.
I have to cut you off because you're saying fear. So you're not. I'm trying to pick the right words.
Bakari, he just took debate.
Caution, being cautious,
being scared, use the right word.
Fearful. If someone says, "I'm gonna slap fire you right now," and you cock your fist like, "Look, this nigga's scared." Nah, you just said you're gonna do something to me.
Yeah, but
I think what you're doing, you're downplaying a threat.
No. If somebody already smacked the fire out of you and say, I'm gonna smack the fire out of you again, and you still ain't did nothing, that's what I'm saying you're doing.
What you're doing, you said, I'm gonna give you a chance to slap fire at me. Like, when people go ahead, do something. They got their hand behind their back and they put their chin up, do something. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm saying you and Bakari already got the fire. No, I'm saying you and Bakari already got the fire smacked out of you already, and you said, oh, like, we got to make sure, like, because they've been doing all this, because y'all said all of these long soliloquies about what they're going to do, and then ended it with, well, not saying they haven't been doing it already. They've already been doing this stuff to you.
I didn't say that.
You haven't been doing nothing against them to stop them from doing it. And you're saying, well, now we better get out here to make sure that they don't continue doing what they're already been doing.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
But the problem is, Forecast, you got me a little you got me a little confused. You got me a little confused talking about ain't been doing nothing about it. Like I said, I got receipts. And the one thing about it is when they say I ain't done nothing about it, I got receipts. Erica Howard is a receipt. I can call other folk.
No, I ain't saying you ain't. I ain't saying you individually have done something now. I'm saying you individually are scared though. That's why. That's all I'm saying.
What am I scared of?
You scared of whatever's going. You scared of in 2025. Whatever you was trying to say earlier. I don't know what you're scared of.
I don't understand. I don't understand your
not
mindset.
getting a government job or something.
Hold on. I don't understand your mindset.
And
like
drinking out of white people water.
What? Okay. It just sounds like you have a wait till the shit hits the fan mentality and then do a reaction instead of prepare.
Wait until it hits the fan. Where have you been? That's what I'm trying to say. Have y'all been living under the wait till it hit the fan? Oh my God. Like what the world? The first video I played was how if you go to the grocery store, you get like 2 bags of stuff, you're paying $80. You know what I'm saying? And then y'all don't understand
the conversation to inflation now. Like this has inflation got to do with Project 2025.
I know what I'm trying to say is like, yo, you threw me off right there. Go ahead, Bukari.
So, folks, are you ready? Have you been preparing? You got your stuff. You got 2,000 rounds per gun.
Bukari, what have we been saying for like 6 years? You gotta get your foot, not only just guns and stuff, like canned goods, batteries, the hand radio, water. We've been saying that for how many years?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. You don't gotta be scared now.
So watch this. This is the thing. Scared. I feel nothing but let me see.
See, you and Kofi don't want to admit that y'all brothers is just scared. It's okay. A fear is a natural emotion.
I told you. I told you.
From knowing that danger is ahead.
You're confusing fear. You're confusing fear for caution. That's the problem. It's like
people don't understand. You know what?
For weakness.
No.
You know what I tell people all the time? They don't understand.
You know, keep clothing, and you just like, okay, I know it's a wolf, but I'm still gonna fuck with you. That's like how your mentality is.
See, it becomes
I'm
fear.
A wolf, I'm gonna eat you, and you're like, yeah, but you ain't really coming my way though.
But it becomes fear when your caution becomes irrational. When you become a sheep that be like, well, look, Fox, the wolf is going to come and get me. Please save me, Fox. You know what I'm saying? When your concerns become irrational,
that was irrational. So what did I say that was irrational? That makes you
y'all been talking about that you think that there ain't two sides to the same coin, that one is more evil than the other. That's one thing. And
I just proved that to you. I just proved that to you. And I asked you a question, and you couldn't answer the question. I said, give me an example of anyone on the right that's a prominent a person on the left, a prominent person on the left that's saying that America's not a racist country. And
Kamala Harris said America's not a racist country herself. What are you talking about? Kamala Harris said that. Oh my God. I showed it.
I never heard her say that.
I showed it earlier today. Kamala Harris herself said.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that.
No.
Hold on. I haven't heard that, but I'm gonna give you that. Right? So how many more people on the Democratic Party that says that same thing? Because I can name you. I can name you like at least 5-6 people on the Republican Party that says that. Because that's the Republican narrative.
Because I wanted you to say that because I gave the floor to Bukari. He went for like 20 minutes, but I was saying that's why I kind of asked you about how you feel about whatchamacallit, Van Jones or whatever.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm trying to find the one what she said.
Van Jones was on TV crying again, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was just crying again.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
Masculine.
He's the same fool that say the same thing. And by the way, most Democrats is more crying because of
I'm tired of seeing black men cry on TV. But for somebody to say they care about black folk, you okay with people like
which one of us is sitting there talking about for a non-black person? Tim Scott and Kamala Harris say America, and he endorsing them. You know, this is just
okay. But for every Kamala Harris that says that, you got 3, 4, 5 Republicans that say the same exact thing. It's clearly evident that one side says it way more than the other.
Lord have mercy.
They all say that. So you still calling it even, to me, is like you're a little bit delusional. Because if you have, because I always, every time I have political commentary,
you know what it is?
Racist, and something always racist happens. Like this, right. I followed Barack Obama's candidacy. since the beginning when he threw his hat in the ring for president to when he became president, right? The racist shit that was going on the Republican side, you're not gonna fucking tell me the same thing was going on the Democratic side, right? You have fucking Vivek Ramaswamy. He did fucking everything that the Republicans wanted. Talk shit about black people, talk shit about minorities, talk shit about women, and guess what? All the what they did, right? Ann Coulter and other people that was going to vote for him say, hey, I like what you're doing, I like what you're saying, but I can't vote for you because you're fucking Indian.
Now I'm gonna tell you
where
something.
does that happen on the Democratic side, Forecast? Because you keep trying to draw this false equivalency of they're both the
You
same.
keep
They
moving
do
the
the
goal.
same
You
thing.
said
Where there's more people of color on the Democratic side. So
I
show
know
me
of
at
color.
least
I'm sure
one
there is
person
more
on the
people of
Democratic
color.
side that said that about their own people in their own party. Show me people,
What
voters in the
specific thing
Democratic
you want me
side
to
that say I
say?
cannot vote for this person for this particular reason because they're black, because they're Asian, because they're Indian. Where does that happen on the Democratic side? If you got this equivalency.
By the way, hold on. This whole last week before they was putting Kamala up there, they was saying how all of these just asking you a question. Just last week, a bunch of people wasn't saying don't talk about Kamala because a lot of people wouldn't want Kamala. And by the way, I was keep forgetting what I was going to say because you keep bringing up a point that I want to say. But this is for Obama saying white resistance and resentment stop him from pushing reparations. So
that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Oh, that was your boy. What he said, after in 2001.
No, you said that's my boy.
Apparently, because the lesser.
You don't know me then.
Hey, Bakari, the lesser.
You don't know me. Anyone that know me will laugh in your face.
It's Bakari boy
I voted
too.
I voted for Obama the first time because I told people I know what's gonna happen because I'm a student of history and I understand how this country works. So I said I'm gonna vote for him once, but look what's gonna happen because I knew what was gonna happen even before he was inaugurated. I was telling people what's gonna happen.
You know what made me vote? You know what made me vote? You know what made me vote? I was getting my oil change. I never forget.
No,
I'm just talking about this. I thought this was. I thought this was. No, what made me vote in that one? That first one. I like, yeah, Obama gonna win. And I was getting my oil change. I never forget. And I took my place, and as they put my car up on the thing, they put a pic. They started talking about Obama and this white girl in there. Yeah, should nobody like that be president? They gonna kill him. I was like, excuse me. I said, why they gonna kill him? I'm just saying what you're saying. I say, oh, have y'all started my oil change yet? Have y'all dropped? I said, now take my car down. I won't spend no money with you motherfuckers. And I said it just like that. Now, and I didn't know that the division manager over that place, it was a Jiffy Lube, that the division manager over the Jiffy Lube, who ran about 15 stores, was a black guy. And I told him what happened. I was like, look, dude, I want to help. And, then he asked me to come see him at the store. And I told him what happened. He literally found that white girl the next day. But that's the only reason. Because, see, if you want to say caping for, because we can say what we want. Do I consider Obama black? No, I consider him what he is, mixed. He got a white mama and a black daddy. He's mixed. But
and raised white. You could be mixed and be raised black. He's mixed and he was raised white.
But when they saw Obama and that bitch talking about they gonna kill him, the same thing you said about Candace Owens, that's the same thing that heifer was sitting there saying they want to do to me. Take my car down. Yeah, I'm gonna go cash. Yep, I'm casting my vote early.
I only did because I know the people may not know it. So I remember the time too. I was living in Florida, right? I'm driving to work, right? And I was listening to Tom Joyner, right? And they were all like, yeah, first black president, da, da, da. So he already won the nomination. He already won, right? So they know he's gonna be the next president. So everybody crying, oh yeah, this is it. The answer that's giving us that's answered our prayers. So they had this convention that presidents usually go to. I'm gonna mess it up, but it's a convention about race relations in the world or whatever, right? So you got all these different countries. Either the presidents go, the prime minister go, or a representative go. George Bush never went, and I don't think Clinton went or whatever. So Tom Joyner, the Associated Press, the Black Caucus, Black Press. Oh, Obama's definitely gonna go. Yes, he's gonna go. I'm buying my tickets, family. And they keep asking Obama, "Oh, you're gonna go? Oh, we'll let you know. We'll let you know. We'll let you know." It's like the week, Obama's gonna go. That nigga didn't go. He's like, "Nah, I ain't going to that shit." I'm like, and here it goes. Here it begins. He's not even fucking president yet. He's president, but the next couple of weeks he's gonna be inaugurated, right? I'm like, yo, this dude is president, and he just said no to that. All of them look fucking stupid. I'm like, here we go. He's not even living in the White House yet, and he's saying no to just race shit. Just race things on race. He's just saying no to. And what black people said around that time for 4 years had to hear that fucking tame, tired ass excuse.
No, hold
Well,
on.
you have
No,
to think
listen,
about
man.
re-election and blah, 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 and
Y'all are
blah, blah.
doing that right now, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all just said that you can't be like, say I'm gonna do this for black people, and now you're saying like you're holding that against Obama, knowing damn well they're doing the same thing again with Kamala Harris. But you're falling for it this time. You didn't. You got it the first time, but you don't get it this time. Like, what the world are y'all talking about? Like,
Now you omit a lot of factors involved. That it's not the same
I
thing.
just brought y'all talk for 20 minutes. Then y'all talk about
So you saying 2000? So what was that? 2008. So you say 2008 and 2024. The things we're facing the same thing right now.
what's okay? Tell me. Let's break down some of the differences.
You're saying when Obama was running, he has the same. Obama has the same problems as Kamala Harris has, vice versa. Because you put in a parallel.
No. I'm saying you saying that if Obama had said he was going to do something for black people, that it wouldn't have been a backlash, right? It would have been a backlash, right?
No, that's what you're saying. I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking you that. That's what I'm asking you.
No, ask the question again, because I think that's what I see.
I was right. Obama wasn't going to do shit based upon his behavior and what he was doing, what he was saying. He was talking the good shit, but when it comes time to do it, he doesn't do nothing. So based upon his non-action, I seen this movie before. I know what he wasn't going to do.
So,
that's
but
what I
you
based
don't
my
see the
decision on.
similarities in Kamala Harris, though, is what I'm asking you. Like, if you can see that with him, but you would say make the
but remember, I agree with you with that. When we were talking about Cornel West. I said I could see Cornel West doing something for black people more than I would see Kamala Harris. We had,
but I'm saying you holding Obama accountable for, and he's literally doing the exact same playbook and all. It's the exact same script, but you get it with Obama.
I never hold Obama accountable because I knew he wasn't going to do anything.
Man, Obama gave you hope.
Don't know that, but you don't know that Kamala's going to do. You know, Kamala's not going to do anything, right?
Man, maybe folks just don't like Trump. How about that?
The future, if I was to bet on it, I feel that yes, she's not going to do anything either.
So
maybe there's a whole lot of black folks just like fuck it. I'm gonna make sure Trump don't win.
Okay,
pretty much.
So Bakari, you know that movie Vampire. Evil is good. That's what you're saying, you know.
Vampire in Brooklyn, Eddie Murphy.
That's what y'all saying right now. Lesser of two evils. Evil is good. I don't even know if that's necessarily
so
true.
Saying that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are equally evil.
No, and they just do it in different ways. Like the Malcolm X tried to fox and the wolf, you know. But like what Democrats do is way more is like insidious. Now I'm not saying worse, but a different way, insidious, because they feed you this thing and then they give you the token black person that even like the Lee what's her name? That's a Supreme Court, but you gotta have like a white husband and can't really be for black people.
Ketanji Jackson.
Yeah, she can't really be for black people. I ain't even saying nothing bad about her, but you can't do this. They give you the token thing, but then they also put in the people of color. They throw in the LBGT stuff with the black stuff and put it all together. It's benign neglect, and it's like bad cop, good cop. And they do the same thing with white people with the Republicans.
Hold on. You're 100% right. You're not wrong. This is where you're wrong. All that shit you just said is not going to happen on a Republican because they're not going to give no nigga that type of power. Well, that's not true. You got Clarence Thomas, right? You're not gonna do that. And
yeah, exactly. You got. They just had Amber Rose,
Thomas, but most of those people on that side, this is where you're doing this false dichotomy. Most of the people on that side, right, that or Republicans is gonna talk. If you're a woman, you're gonna talk shit about women. If you're black, you're gonna talk shit about black people, and they're gonna applaud you for it. You're gonna block things that benefits black people. If you're a woman, you're gonna block things that benefit for women. If you're an Arab American, like Janine Shapiro, she's a fucking Arab. She talks shit about Arabs and how they fucking all of them are terrorists. How was that thing that? Hold on, how is that the same on the Democratic side? That's what I'm saying. You're being dishonest.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Like
Yeah.
the Republicans literally do what you're saying, but they use the Republicans to do that to like white people, and they use the other side to threaten them. They use that, but literally both sides are having the same plan. It ain't no like one plan. Like they're all being funded by whatever thing, by whatever organization. They're all being funded by the like you say, they act like they do this stuff in public, but they go to eat and all that stuff. They vote on the same bills. They get the same kind of money. They do all
okay. So let me ask you a question. So let's say in our perfect world, in my perfect world, right? Like, let's say I'm not like a token Oprah or Tyler Perry. Like, you know what? I'm a fucking millionaire. I'm almost a billionaire. You know what? I'm about to get this bitch Kamala Harris on $50 million, and this bitch better promise me to do that. Do you think if I was to give Kamala Harris $50 million to do something for black people, do you think she would do it versus me giving Trump $50 million to do something for black people?
Well, it's hard to say either. I think that she would. I don't think either one would do it. I think that she wouldn't do it because she is a person of color and don't want to like lose the American thing. So I don't think she would do it for a particular.
Money talk. Money talk.
Yeah, I was
money
gonna say
talk
this.
in America.
Yeah, I would say this. I would say whoever do, like, I would say if they do it, then okay, that's one thing. But if neither one of them do it, just don't give them the money, period. But don't give them the money and then like whatever. Say your demands and then whatever. They say, all right.
That's the agreement with me giving the money. The reason, no, what you say about Kamala Harris is absolutely true, but I'm saying it will happen. It will be more likely happen with Kamala Harris because why? They don't shit on black people, and you keep talking all this good shit about you're gonna do about for black people, versus the Republicans that don't do it. The Republicans would not do it because their whole fucking base is fucking racist. Like, wait, you gonna give them niggas benefits for blah, 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 blah? Them niggas is lazy anyway. Their base is gonna fight against it versus a progressive liberals, right? That are gonna be like, you know what? Black people do need these changes.
But
and you can hold their feet to the fire.
Hold on, Bakar. This is the John Brown complex live in effect, though. This is what I'm saying. Like, we act like, like, about the Moynihan report. Like, you say, like, the white Republicans, like, they do this, this, and this because of the culture. But what the liberals do is they be like, well, yeah, they do this and this and this. It's because of such and such. But the point is, we don't do that. Like, we don't, like, they would try to be like, we're so violent, but they just criminalize us. You know what I'm saying? But what the liberal does is be like, well, yeah, they are violent, but it's because of such and such. And then they have this savior thing where they feel
you
like
have to give me specifics because you're talking in general terms. You have to give me specifics.
Bro, you was just talking in general terms, but I was just saying like
what? No, I was not.
Yes, you was, bro. Like okay, you were saying like with the because even okay, repeat what you just said about the liberals.
I said that the reason why I gave very specific. I said the reason why the Democrats would do it because they have a base of a lot of people of color, and that is a progressive thing. If you're not a white male in this country, you are automatically, if you got some sense, you automatically are a liberal and progressive.
But
right?
That's a general statement, brother. But like what I'm saying is like,
no. But I'm leading up to what I'm saying. So if you give Kamala Harris, right, say, hey, look, if you make a fucking, I'm giving Kamala Harris because this is what I would do if I had that money. I'm giving Kamala Harris because she is for police reform and the George Floyd bill and like, oh shit, this motherfucker's blowing my shit up, blowing my spot up, right? She was like, shit, now I gotta do it because I put it on the table and I'm gonna do fucking something for them. Versus Trump is like, Trump may just steal my money and don't do shit. Why? Because his whole base is racist and I didn't promise you niggas nothing.
But okay.
All I did was lip service.
But
that's why I'm saying and I'm giving you specific because their basis is racist. They have a racist base. That's why I feel it will go through with the Democrats versus the Republicans.
You saying like the racist basis, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's two different kinds of racism. It's this insidious, like, well, what they're saying about on the Republican side is true, but the difference is on that side, they'd be like for instance, like with drug, they'd be like, yo, well, most black people are drug addicts, but we need to make such and such programs, but really the programs put them in institutions. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, you saying the Republicans say that or the Democrats say that?
Like what Republicans say is like, oh, this is just black culture. They deserved it and all of that. And what Republicans or Democrats would be like, it's the Moynihan report. You know about the Moynihan report, right?
No, not really. No.
Okay, so it was a report on like single mothers and stuff, you know, that he did. It was a liberal that was basically saying like the problems in black people's areas is black people's like our culture. The Republicans are right about our culture.
That's not. Those are not liberals though. Like you guys always say liberals. That's not.
Who is
named
a liberal, bro?
You don't know. That's not the spectrum. You got the spectrum. You got Democrats. Is
Bernie Sanders a liberal?
No, yes, Bernie Sanders is a liberal, yes, and a progressive. But people say, but Trump say Joe Biden is a liberal. Joe Biden's not a liberal. Kamala Harris is not a liberal.
I just said liberals. I never said because you telling me that liberals don't have this like savior complex. And I'm just what I'm trying to tell you is like they be like, yo, the drugs in the communities is tearing it up, and black people is, but it's because of such and such. Because they would say bring up Jim Crow. That's the difference with the liberals. But they also have the stereotype that black people are this thing that just needs their help, which is not true. Like the stereotypes that they have, that they both have the same stereotype. It's just that.
Wait, hold on. I know I'm cutting you off.
Are you understand what I'm saying?
I don't understand how that's bad. You're trying to turn something because it's bad. So what you're telling me, what I'm getting from you is like liberals see something that's wild. There's black people, there's something that's wrong there, right? We need to correct that. You're trying to demonize that versus the Republicans like, yeah, them niggas just.
No, because how have Democrats done that? They have set policies that be like, okay, well, yeah, black people are violent or whatever, and they are on drugs, which is like we know was whatever, and like more white people are, but they would set up programs like, okay, well, we will arrest them and set up something in a facility to like whatever, because is the way that they treat us comes from the wrong point, which not going to help us rehabilitate or anything like that at all. It's not to help our communities. They just ignore like how our communities get flooded. You know what I'm saying?
So you're talking about basically the fake war on drugs. So the fake war on drugs, like, yes, you had that is something that everybody was on board. I grew up around that era. It wasn't it was a bipartisan thing. You had liberals and you had Republicans, you had Democrats that were all on board due to the crack epidemic. We didn't know that what happened until it was all over. So you can't blame that on the Democrats, because the Democrats and the Republicans around that time, I grew up in the 80s. I grew up seeing crack vials on the floor and all that shit. I seen all that. I was a part of the whole DARE program and McGruff and all that shit, right? And when I look at it when you look at it right now, it was everybody was on board. Black people was on board with that in communities. I'm here in New York seeing that. Everybody was a part of that. But they just blame that on Jim Crow Joe, and it's not true.
The Black Caucus was for that, not black communities. Like that's why you have, like, you can go back and look it up. Like that's why Bill Clinton got famous off trying to go at Sister Soldier. Like the black people who was
I remember that.
Like that's what I'm saying. They didn't do that for that, and that's what you notice everything I say that like, well, yeah, it was both sides. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Like one side does it one way, one side does it another way, but they come to the same conclusion. Like both sides is white nationalists. They argue how the nation, like in every election, no matter what side, the question is the Negro question. The last question usually, what are we going to do with these Negroes? Abraham Lincoln be like, well, we should do this, but then send them Negroes away. The other one be like, well, we should put them in slavery. And then we like, well, I'm like, Abraham Lincoln is a hero. You know what I'm saying? It's the John Brown complex. Like these white liberals is just as racist as the other ones. You know what I'm saying? But and it's more insidious because like they act like they're your friends. You know what I'm saying? Like we understand what happens, and it's a dumb point that Republicans are like, what, look at black communities in the last 50 years, but then if you be like, well, what was 50 years before that? There was Jim Crow when they was in charge, so that's kind of a dumb argument anyway. But it don't matter either way. Like, one side kind of rocks you to sleep, you know what I'm saying, to make you like LBJ said, I'll have these inner words voting Democrat for the next whatever 200 years, and damn if it ain't been like 75, you know what I'm saying? And Negroes is still doing the same. And just like he said, if you can convince the poorest white person, it's the same thing on both sides, you know. But anyway, go ahead, Bukhari. I know you. By the way, Bukhari, you've been on here for a minute, my brother.
Yeah, man, I'm about to lay down. I done beat you up enough for the night.
Yeah, right. You're the only one that's caping for another. It's okay that you're scared. I just want y'all to admit it. Be like, evil is good, Bukhari.
I'm not caping. I'm not caping for anybody. Oh, but if that's what you want to say, you can have that.
What's gonna happen to you in 2025, Bukhari? What's gonna happen to you?
Ain't nothing gonna happen to me.
So what you worried for then?
Ain't nothing gonna happen to me, but it would be a whole lot of other black folk. You see what I'm saying? Won't nothing happen to me. It's a whole. I ain't the only black person.
Okay.
I'm not the only black person. The elderly, the young. You saw them folks cussing out them little black kids while they walk. The only thing, damn, they ain't got immunity right now. They ain't got Donald Trump in. Because Donald Trump gonna say they some good people. There's good people on both sides. There's good people on both sides. Some folks you just hate, man. It ain't about, sometimes it ain't even about who the, which one of them I dislike the most.
And Bukhari, there's nothing wrong with being scared, brother. It's a natural reflex when something traumatic happens. So it's all right, brother. It's all right. You can admit it. We here for you, my brother. But yeah,
I got you.
Yeah, I'm about to get off here.
I'm about to get off here, man. I'll holler at you, man. I'm gonna holler at you. Work tomorrow?
No,
I was about to say you crazy hell, but I got to get up in the morning and go walk my 5 miles. So I need to go to sleep.
That's what's up, my brother. I'm glad
all right, man. I'm gonna holler at you.
All right, bro.
I'm gonna hit you tomorrow.
All right.
Peace.
All right, y'all. So y'all heard it firsthand why we should be afraid of what's coming up, y'all. I'll play the other one the next time, especially when I come back with Casidra. But I can only do this for the last words, y'all. And I appreciate everybody who stayed this whole time. They came and they defended. I'm surprised that Bukhari became American. But geez.
Then immediately there.
No, this, my bad, it's the wrong one. All right, let me hit the last one.
Black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men. And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court, or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that the black man has to bring an end to himself.
Minister Malcolm.
But the black man in this country is supposed to be getting freedom. The country is supposed to be based on that. Democracy, freedom, justice, equality, and all that stuff that they teach us in school. And now, why should the black man have to go to court to get freedom when a white man in this country is free when he's born? Why should the black man need some legislation to prove that he's a human being when you don't need any legislation to prove that whites are human beings? So I make this point because, to come right back to my initial statement at the outset of the program, you will never get real freedom and recognition between black and white people in this country without destroying the country, without destroying the present political system, without destroying the present economic system, without rewriting the entire Constitution. It'll be a complete destruction of everything that America supports.
I take it then you support the freedom-loving attempts of the peaceful marchers in Alabama and these places.
You don't get freedom peacefully. Freedom is never safeguarded peacefully. Anyone who is depriving you of freedom isn't deserving of a peaceful approach by the ones who are being deprived of their freedom. And when black people in this country come out from under the mental straitjacket that the Negro clergymen have placed them in, and begin to see that the only way you can get freedom is to get it the same way the white man in this country got it from England, or he says he got it from England. He was willing to pay the price for freedom. When you're willing to pay the price for freedom, then you get it. But the Negro in this country has never been willing to pay the price for his freedom. All of the price that we have been paying in the past has been freedom for the white man. We fought abroad so that the white man in America could be free today to sick police dogs on us, to beat our people in the heads with police clubs.
Yeah, so maybe y'all can vote to save immigrants and gay people and people of color, or y'all can go to the other side and try to save Russians and all the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, who will survive in America? Apparently not us. We doomed, y'all. So shouts out Raw, real talk, you know. Raw, shouts out Raw in the building. I appreciate you being here. Shouts out my brother Anthony. Should have came up, my brother. I appreciate you being here. Shouts out to my brother Bakari for coming up here. Shouts out to my brother Kofi for coming up here. Even though, you know, they would make excuses for some stuff and let other stuff slide and be mad at the same thing for other things. Shouts out to them. Shouts out to Consider in the building, or I'm in the bush. We're going to be back next Wednesday. We probably going to talk about that other thing too. Shouts out William Bell in the building, Dub Nation, my brother Leonard, Black Megas in the building, Jermaine Thompson. Shouts out to all of y'all. And as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're going to keep falling for anything.